Hey, clown. As we're all drinking room with Noma. Let's see if it turns out. Ah, get these missions going. Missions going. Freaking. Um, the Nectar. Alright. Mm-hmm. So the mission is I'm crafting the tutorial basically as the mission. So you will learn the move. The idea is that you will learn the moves by completing simple missions. Um, so really like that approach. I think it's gonna work well. All right, so should I create an actor? Hmm. Okay, let's create an actor. So this is a coordinator, right? And then we need to have mission. Yeah, I think that could work. Then we have a mission. Is that an actor? I think that is an actor. That's gonna work. It's a little bit. I'm gonna need to rename this. Abstract. Why is abstract? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, that is a mission, right? Coordinating. I'm pretty sure that needs to be an actor. You know, it's still the line. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, probably needs to be an actor. I'm always confused about these things. Doesn't need to be an actor. I mean, oh, okay, yeah, okay. I don't know why this is an abstract class, really. It's not abstract, is it? Yeah, I think it's abstract. No, for sure it's not. Let's try this and see. Alright. Amateur again? Oh, thanks. Okay, let's see with this one here. You tried to join Toro? That's a big ask. Let's see what we can do with this. Ah, yeah, it's probably not stupid thing. I need to really find out what is the crash. What is the crash? Uh, yeah, this. Okay. Now, yeah. Oh, thanks, Mr. Again. I'll catch you later then. Alright, so this mission here, let's I mean, let's write a concrete example first, and then we see how we generalize. Let's do that. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy to generalize this, but I'm gonna try. So, you know what? I think this is abstract after all. Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay, this is abstract, and it's that. Well, I think so. Yeah. So, okay, let's just do it like very easy for now, okay? Like, these two should be like the basics, right? Yes. I like this rider, but sometimes it gets really, really weird. And right, okay, so look at our interfaces here, right? So let's create um our mission coordinator, right? Yes, it's with public, right? That's it. Yes. Yeah, this is finance for sure, right? Yeah. Okay. So actually, let's join the voice chat in case the guys come in. Yeah, we really need to understand. Yeah, we can get one from the Matrix, right? Yeah, that's Okay. Might need a lot of coffees tonight. The matrix are. What are the matrix in the human evolution? Mm. Did you get the matrix? No, because the player will use the missions. So yeah, okay, right? Yeah, they're very. Yeah, it's not very. It's quite tricky to get what's to amount into. Yeah. Okay, so I need to get player matrix. No, Okay. Okay. So checkpoints for the mission. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. So got the mission there, right? So I guess, right, the missions are gonna be what's gonna be the persistent? I mean, I guess that is part of the actual client, right? Mm. Okay, we may have to. Can I? Okay, let's try. Hmm. Okay. Let me. Okay. So let's do it very easy. The first mission um is to find, yeah, just find okay. Mm-hmm. Hey, no man, you're late. You're very late. All right. So you have a room. I need the coffee. Yeah, lots of coffees tonight. And yeah, I think that is. Do they have a submissions? I think so. Mm. Yeah, I think so. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna try. Okay, let's have a submission then. Hmm. Ah, yeah. Not really great to be honest. Okay. I need to rename this files, but it's not abstract. Uh, actually, there's yeah, there's hmm. No, I didn't read it. What's gonna with the game? Um, Yeah, we are. We're preparing a big launch. Of 010, like official 010 launch. So we are prepping up the social media, the PR and stuff. And on top of that, I switched to 5.1 because I wanted to have a look at the machine learning IK rigs that they had. But I haven't got a chance to do it yet because it's still a little bit questionable, the current build. It still crashes. Well, those IK rigs crash, so it's, it's a bit uncertain at the moment. And then mainly, the bigger thing we've been working on with tutorial system, this mission system. So that should give us a nice and gentle introduction to the new players. I don't think this should be the same code. So it's the same code. Oh, look, it's here. Right, let me get to.
20 minutes late.
Very bad. Very bad.
Yes, I know.
Fortunately, Gans is here, so Gans, do you wanna entertain our guests while I get a coffee?
Sure, yeah, I can tell him how I'm about to have all of my work destroyed.
Exactly.
How are we in the stream anyway? Who we got?
That's good. I think I was a little bit slow. The stream has been like it's been a long day. I got my eldest daughter birthday party today. We did it here in the house, and it was a little bit madness.
Oh, fun time.
It's like, right, let me show you screen while I grab a coffee, and Noma will tell you everything.
I don't really have anything on my stream.
Noma's paper is gonna get published. Oh.
Very nice. Very fancy.
There we go. I leave you with the Englishman here.
Evening clown. Evening gnome.
Can you all hear a guns? If you can.
My beautiful voice.
Yeah. If you can, I'm gonna grab a coffee. No reply, so if you can hear guns, then just look at the screen. All is working, that is about to be broken. Noma can hear you, unfortunately. All right.
Excuse me, what do you mean, unfortunately, you can hear me? Resent that. Also, I'm sharing the right screen. I share it. Windows. Yeah, that's the right one. Actually seeing my save bar. That's wild. Why is he only seeing half the save bar as well? That's real wild. Right, so what work's being destroyed? Fun. So the time trial system was a hot mess. It worked, but it was a hot mess. Like, because I made it, and I made it before I'd had a number of coding lessons from Dado, so it was hotness. So basically, it needed rewriting because it was held together with duct tape and wishful thinking. But it had a lot of like references and dependencies to other things outside of itself, which is bad, basically, because it means that it's not working as an isolated system. And if we ever change any of the things it's connected to, it has a cascading like waterfall effect where everything gets fucked. So it needed remaking. And I've been doing everything I can to try and follow all of the design principles. Dad has taught me things like that. And tonight is when I get to present it. And I inevitably get to be told what I missed, what I fucked up, what needs to be killed, what needs to be rewritten. So, yeah. That's going to be fun. How are you guys anyway? Oh, why am I on top chat? No, let's go to live chat. Sounds like a barrel of laughs. Yes. Yeah. It's weird because it's simultaneously like part of my brain loves it because I just get a free masterclass. I'm like, oh, that's amazing. And then part of my brain hates it because all of my work gets destroyed. And it's a real like contradiction there. It's weird. But that's why all of my times are different. Like half of them are unset. I got silver time. What's this one? This is on gold. Oh, that's the point actually. This is giving me the wrong medal color. And I need to look into why that's giving me the wrong one. Getting work shit on is part of the process. Yeah, 100% is part of the process. So anyway, you learn, you fail forwards. So if I get the master and update, yeah, that's giving me the wrong times. I received at least 5 shit to publication. Only 5. That's pretty impressive, to be honest. So 1218. That should be putting it at. Oh no, that is right. That should be putting it at bronze time. That's actually correct. Put that to silver, and then where's my master? Update. Yeah, okay. Ah, this is a silver route now. Do. Oh, out of curiosity, since we're seeing these lines, has anybody in the stream seen our little NPCs yet? We have NPCs in the game. Technically, they are non-playable, so. We've got so I needed a break one time. I don't remember what I was working on. This is a while ago now, but I needed a break, so I decided to make us birds that fly about, following these routes. Yeah. So every now and then, there's a little flock of birds that fly overhead. See if I can. The problem is, because I've done it quite quickly, and they're only supposed to spawn, like they spawn initially straight away, and then once they finish their route, it's a random thing between 5 and 10 minutes before they respawn, and their routes are random every time. So I'm never, I'm never actually quite sure where they are, and I didn't build in like a tracker. So I kind of just, if I want to like intentionally find them, I have to just look at these numbers on the right as to what their current location is, and sort of just move the debug camera there. So, right, so X is 37,000. So, what? This can't be right. Ah, I was looking at the wrong axis. So, Y 20,000. Too far. Y 20,000. X 60,000. So that way, and Z 5,000. Wait, why am I stuck under the water? Out of the water. This can't be right. I really should build in a way to track them, because they are legitimately elusive right now. They're actual models. Yeah, they're a really shitty little model I put together. Can I? Nope, it's not what I want to do. Can I pilot you? Oh no, that says pivot. I thought it said pilot. Oh. Oh. Well, there. Yeah, look, this is the shitty model. So, can I pilot? No? Toggle debug? Then can I pilot you? Snap views object. Snap object to view. Snap. Alright, none of that's working. How the fuck do I find them? I mean, this is good. This is they were supposed to be hard to find. So y needs to be 15,000. So about here-ish. X is 30,000. And 1,500 and a Z. What? How are you underwater? Why do I feel like something's been bumped? $5,000 on the Z. I'm so legitimately confused now trying to find this. 30,000 on the Y. 70,000 on the X. You can't be this far out. Hang on, I'm gonna put a beacon on them. Because this is what they look like when they fly. It's just static mesh. I know I've got a light pillar because that's what we used for the time trial. Oh, what's the marker called? Marker mat instance. Yeah, there we go. Does that give me something to see? I bet that's going to be too. I should have been more obvious with it. Yeah, I'm never fucking finding that. Let's go really obvious with it. Do we have anything just straight emissive? White I'm not going to find now. Like, emissive yellow. There they are. But interestingly enough, the birds aren't there. Oh no, hang on. They won't be. That's the point. This needs to be parented to the head bird. To leader bird. It should also be, yeah, I was going to say, there you go, there should be 2 flocks. There you go. So their flock formation, the amount of them in the flock, and their path is randomized. Hey, you can actually very slightly see them. If you were like on this roof or something. It was supposed to be one of those things where like there's a very good chance you could play several versions of this and never see them. But if you ever did just like I mean, I still can't land on walls. Hey, locomotion, nothing to do with me. I just wanted to add some life to the map. I didn't really care if you spotted them or not. I done them for fun. And then it was like, if you ever did see them, it would just be a moment of like, oh, that's cool, they're the birds. And that was it. That was the only reaction I wanted out of it. Like I say, when they finish their route, it takes them anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes randomly to respawn before they fly another route. And I need to make sure that they're well out of the way when they spawn and despawn, so you don't just suddenly see birds pop in and out of the air. Oh, this is just one singular bird. What am I saying? Can I? Yeah, I can size them up massive for no reason. Why not? Where's the other one? Because there should be two. Where's the other one? But when they very first spawn, there should be two. Oh, mate. Somebody clip this and play Flight of the Valkyries, please. Should be. Maybe I've got it so it's not always two. Sometimes it's only one. Put the faces of the Storror boys on them. That might be a bit much. I don't actually know if I could do a really cheap, shitty like version of it, but you know what? 100% actually, I should make that a cheat code. Oh, they respawn in the same place. That's weird. They shouldn't be. Interesting. That should be random. Hello, whoever has just joined the call.
Bonjour.
Ah, bonjour, bonjour. This is. Ah, do you know what? I don't care enough to actually debug these. I just don't care enough. Have you seen our very large birds, David?
They're like planes. They literally look like planes.
The stream asked me to scale them up.
They look like AC-130s in the distance. Like, ready to unleash havoc on the map.
Fucking war zones coming in.
Literally, mate. Like, it's the drop ship.
Hello, you're right.
I'm
ill.
shattered, man. I was ill earlier this week. I'm just shattered now. I could honestly.
Fair. So he's back to one. Oh, that's why. Because I scaled up the flight parts as well. I've done the whole actor. Let's do it with just scaling the bird. So. The fucking shadow that came through when that happened.
All right.
There we go.
So What happened here?
Nothing. We don't have big birds. You know about.
Let me read the chat. No, can be asked. So, have you updated to 5.111111?
No, I've not. I haven't yet.
Did you download it?
Maybe. Maybe
I
I
like
did.
the
Maybe I
fatty
didn't.
birds.
Yeah. The stream wanted me to make a massive, so I might add that as a cheat. The big bird cheat.
I agree. I like the massive.
Do I have 5.1 download? I bet I don't. Are we actually running 5.1, or have you just prepped it?
Yeah, I'm ready to push, but nor you or David had 5.1, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just getting the launcher open. There's a chance I might have downloaded it, but it's a slim chance.
Yeah, I mean, just if you just start the download now, it's gonna take a while. If you have a good connection, may not be too bad. Oh, is David in the chat?
Yes. What are we on now? What am I running right now? 5.0.3. I've got 5.1, but not 0.51. Not. Jesus Christ. I've got 5.1, but not 5.1.1.
Okay. Yeah, just if you update it to latest is. Now there are a couple of problems there, but yeah, I mean it's okay. They're not. Yeah, they piss me off, but it's not a big deal. So there is this online module that we use. So like basically 2 years ago we started with we started full on with online features, right? Even before we had the movement done. So we use this this framework that is just a wrapper around a real online thing. It's a bit pointless, but I quite like it. It has good support. It's just all in one place. Blah blah. So I just kept it, and even though we haven't used online forever, well, ever since, it was still always there. So if you look at the player controller, is a child of the online thing, right? Which like technically it still works, right? It's like you can log in online and do blah blah. Now that broke with 5.11. I just cannot understand why it won't build anymore. But there is a way that it works, which is if you install it in the engine, which it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing that bothers me is that I really want to be the project from GitHub to be completely self-contained, right? Like you get the GitHub and then you press build and you run the game, right?
Yeah.
See, this will break that encapsulation because you will need to download that that plugin in the actual engine. There is another annoying thing is that plugin is the paid one, and this rather expensive one. It's like £300, something like that. So we need to get seats for developing blah blah.
Don't you already need to download the MetaHuman plugin? Build.
Yeah, I know, but that is Epic's one, right? I mean, it will tell you, oh, you don't have the MetaHuman plugin, you need to download it, and it's free. Like the annoying thing about this plugin is it's a third-party plugin. It's not standard and it's a paid one. So I think for now I'm just gonna I'm just gonna have it with the company account. So I'm gonna give you the login for the company account, and so you can, if you log in with the company account, you just do install plugin in engine, and then it will work. So you and David will do the same thing.
Okay.
And then we need to buy the licenses, blah blah. Well, I already bought one, but I don't know. Probably we need to buy a couple. But yeah, that still annoys me because yeah, there is no way to make it work at the moment without that, which is yeah, it's frustrating me. I even updated to Visual Studio 2022, but it just doesn't work. So it's annoying.
That's a shame.
And apart from that, there is a crash on the IK rig. At the start, there is not really a crash. You can just be.
You could just ignore it.
Yeah, you should just do like continue, and then it would just
I think I've got the time trial system set up.
Really?
I think-
Let me reply to. Well, give me a second. John, I don't understand the comment in the Discord. Jump through the earth glitch. What's jump through the earth glitch?
Is it the one where you fall through the roof when you jump?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You know this jump over here that people were doing and falling through the roof.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure he meant that. That looked like quite advanced. Right, okay, so you are ready to delete all your code?
Aye.
Okay, let's do it. Did you check it in?
I haven't checked it in yet, though. Actually, I've been really bad the last few days. Because it's been me managing to get on the PC to work has been so scattershot that I've been really out of sync with GitHub. So I'm like a whole maybe 5-6 days behind on check-ins.
Ah, shit. Okay, then you're gonna have a very good
Yeah.
time merging them.
Probably. But the only thing I've been working on is this. So
Okay, yeah, I should.
and they were all duplicates. So such a word, I shouldn't have any conflicts.
Ah.
Maybe I might have a level conflict. That's maybe it.
Yeah, but the level you can take your changes. You know, like it's.
Yeah.
I don't think me and David. I always undo my changes in the level because I was just like.
So, yeah. So where do you want to start in terms of tearing it apart?
When or where?
Where do you want to start? So I'm pretty sure I've got it set up in 3 tiers. The marker, which I believe only knows about the marker. The route, which knows about the whole route that it's on. Like it knows all the checkpoints in its route. With why is this so big? So the route manager holds an array of just like act references for its checkpoints. It holds a boolean if it's the special trial or not, which is basically whether or not it should be sequential. And then the medal times for its own route it holds.
I guess this is the intermediate
the
level,
route.
like this is the route, right? And then you go
Route manager.
the
Yeah,
checkpoint and the
right?
right?
So we've got the checkpoint that only knows about itself.
Yeah.
The route manager, which has got this stuff. And then there's a global master, which has an array of all of the routes in its level. And I'm just using this to communicate with the save game to save new best times or to load them when the game loads. And I'm using it to talk to the UI as well, rather than each individual route talking to the UI. It all reports through the global.
Sus. Okay.
Shit, is it?
Okay, no, I mean it was good so far. That is the first sus. Okay, show me the thing.
Well, I don't know what the thing means.
No, show me everything.
Okay. So, I mean, the marker, it's got
Oh,
two of
guys,
them.
sorry, 1 second. Before you start, I was talking with Drew this morning. He said, "Oh, can we change the time trial gate to be more like this?" I'm gonna send you the message. Give me 1 second. It's just very side thing. So this is what you say.
Okay.
I'm not quite clear the I'm not quite clear about the geometry.
I have an idea. I have an idea of what he's saying. So me and David actually had a similar conversation to this a couple months ago, where we was saying, should it be this circular thing that you run through, or should it be like an actual gate, like a doorway?
Mm.
And my concern was if he was to do that, it would look weird if there was no supporting geometry around it. So if you just had like a doorway in the middle of nowhere, it would look kind of weird. So that's why I was sticking with this.
Mm-hmm.
But that idea of them being like emissive lines on the ground, but then bring up a panel of light so it looks like it's emitting from the floor up, might work. So that shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, I think what Drew was implying with that image is that I think he wanted the gate itself to be like clear and sharp, which is, I always thought that he had this new concept about being like clean, sharp. It's almost like aesthetic world, but only for certain things, right? Like I think like for the UI, you really wanted to have these very sharp and clean lines, as opposed to the actual level itself, which he always had that like brutalist, like grungy,
grungy, urban,
yeah,
graffiti type thing.
right.
Yeah.
But I really think that for the UI side of things, yeah, I think he much prefer those sharp, clean lines.
Okay.
So and like when I looked at the time trial, like we got that beam of light thing, right? I think that's yeah, a little bit too I don't know, like organic in a way, maybe too fluffy. I don't know. Like there is like it doesn't sit with the rest of the super sharp geometry. Well, I mean, at the moment we have the super sharp geometry, but I mean that's only temporary. I don't know. But I think like if we have super sharp UI elements, like the HUD is quite sharp, right? The timing gates, blah blah, is very sharp, and the rest of the level is like brutalist, like grungy stuff. I think it goes very well together. It's just like it's kind of cool. It's almost like what is the cyberpunk style?
Okay.
Well, not dystopian, but like super brutalist stuff, but almost modern-ish. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can. Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard because that's just purely aesthetic changes. So that shouldn't be too hard. That's just a little bit of experimenting to get it to look.
Yeah,
right.
that's just the mesh of the thing, right?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Where do you wanna start? What do you want to look at first?
Let's have a look at the let's start from the bottom up. Like, let's start from the time for the marker. Yeah, for the
So
checkpoints.
this is the marker. The only thing in the event graph is just on the begin overlap and the end overlap. It literally just sets this. It doesn't call to anybody or anything. It just basically raises its hand and just sits there quietly. And then the route manager does a series of checks every tick to see if any of the markers has its hand up effectively. And then all of these functions are just for itself. So it's like it's setting its ID text, like its route ID and its best time text and its colors and that. But it gets the information is given to it by the route manager. These functions are purely just for setting the variables. Because the colors are based on your best time against the medal times. So the route manager works that out for itself, and then it tells all of the markers, this is what color you should be, and then they set themselves.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we've got this function set respawn unlock. That's just so we can move this respawn plate around. That's all that does.
What's that respawn thing?
So at the moment, it doesn't do anything. Previously, when you reset the time trial, this is where you would teleport the player to, so that you could always control where they were resetting to, rather than it just being like a random distance back.
Mhm.
But currently, I don't have anything to reset the time trial, which is something I want to talk to you about at the end of this.
Oh yeah, I
but
killed that.
that's all this plate would be. It's just you just use it to get a location as to where you want to where you want to teleport the player to.
But isn't that reset only applicable to the first checkpoint?
Yeah.
That's I'm not sure.
Well,
Because
like I say, currently it doesn't do anything. It does.
oh yeah,
not
yeah,
connected to
but
anything. Just
okay, but if it doesn't do anything, we should remove it. But in case it does something, right? Yeah, it's a bit strange that all the other checkpoints will carry that information that they don't need.
We could have in the route manager when it does begin play. We could just on construction, sorry, when it like updates its route, the middle colors and everything. We could just tell it like if you're not checkpoint 0, if you're not start, delete this, like hide this component, make it invisible, delete it, whatever.
No, but we should do the other way around, right? We should do in the route manager
only add it if it's the 0.
Yeah.
If it's the okay, that's fine.
But we shouldn't even need to add it, right? I think like that information should be in the route manager, because the route manager knows about the route and which one is the first one.
Okay, move respawner to route.
But it should be something like a function that says respawn. It's not the right name, but like respawn logic. Like that says the route manager choose, okay, this time trial, let's go a respawn, which is 2 meters back from the first checkpoints. You know, like you just work out the position based on the type of the time trial, and you have a very strong default value, which is like if you don't touch anything, then the respawn is always like 2 meters, but if you need to change it, then you know, just say whatever whatever function you want to give.
Wait, why is my Unreal just crashed? Fucking unreal. Just
Here it is. The stream.
I keep getting this really annoying thing as well where it will crash when I save.
Yeah. But does it save or?
It will save some stuff. It crashes part way through the save process. So I'll
Shit.
lose an unknown amount of work until I get it back open. And then I track back through everything and I try to remember what I did and didn't do to work out what hasn't been saved.
Yeah, I mean, there's a recipe for disaster, right? Yeah.
Absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Absolute nightmare.
I mean, your code is already dodging, then, like, as added complexity, you decided
Hold
to...
Hold up, what do you mean it's already dodgy?
You decided to make things 100% harder for you. Actually, a lot more than 100%. So Norma is curious if there is another playtest build. I think so, right?
There should be.
Yeah, of course. I think when we launch 010, like, properly, like, publicly, blah, blah, yeah, we should have a very big launch. But they are probably with the STORROR boys as well. We need to organize something. Yeah.
That'd be good. If we're going to do that as well, we should like start PRing it like a week, maybe 2 weeks out as well.
Yeah, this is what we said with Drew last time. Let's just PR it like next week, right? We just start hyping it, yeah. And I mean, we can do like little by little. We can do, okay, we launch it like on Monday, right? And then we say we do, I don't know, the first competition on Tuesday, and then live stream with the STORROR on Wednesday. I mean, I don't know exactly, but like, you know, like a little bit, staggered, right?
Yeah. Have like a whole release week of it.
Yeah, sort of, yeah, full of events and blah blah. So at the moment, David is pushing on a TikTok, and he got like, Jesus Christ,
Okay.
TikTok is like, it's a tool for, I don't know, like, is evil. Is what?
It's evil.
It's just like, it's just madness. Like, it's just full of weird people. It's
I'm just checking the last couple posts because I haven't seen them. This is Jacob's line.
No, but I knew very well, Clown. It's just that, it's something that you really, you have to do it. Unfortunately, it's
the character is so wide.
The character is so.
One of the comments was the character is so wide.
Wine.
Wide.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? See, I told you, like, what, like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, is this guy here? This one? No.
No, it was on the second, Jaco's line. Are you sharing your screen? No, you're not.
Oh no! Am I? No, I'm not sharing. Oh yeah, no, I'm sharing on the
YouTube stream. Yeah. It's not the one with Joss's face. It's the one. It's the clip before that of the line.
Yeah, and I was just reading these messages. I mean, these are like pretty okay, right? I mean, these poor kids say, please make it free. I mean, that like melts my heart. I need the game, but my mama can't afford it.
No,
I'm gonna send him a free code to this kid. I wanted to ask you think the game is gonna take a few years to make. Yeah. Can you reply? Yeah. Yeah, like what? And I don't understand when they say, "Oh, the thing is slow." I mean, what the fuck? Like, what? It's just like, it's just weird. It's just, if you read the comments, it's just. I mean, no, lately, like, this comment is they've been okay, but the previous videos were just weird. Let's say, oh, this like, what is it? Like the video, like, yeah, this video, right? I worry the game is gonna be super sort of. Apart that he wrote worse than me, like none of this grammar make any sense. But like, how can you even like? There is nothing slow in this video. I mean, it's balancing on the thing, right? I mean, what are you on about? Like, this really makes zero sense.
Yeah,
That's Skate 4. And everyone thinks that is either Skate 4 or Watchdog 2. It's just like there was a guy that was really sure that we stole Watchdog 2 animations, and it was just like, Jesus Christ! It's like, I mean, which is a nice compliment because no, they are exactly the same. I know them very well.
But all it is that both games have had a parkour actor mocap the animation.
Yeah, but
There's always going to be overlap there.
Yeah, one game had 200 animators working on it, and we have 0, right? So I mean,
well, yeah, that's true.
and one game has been shipped, right? So like that is a very nice compliment. But I mean, the guy couldn't be convinced, and not by me, right? But there were other people just say, "Look, what are you talking about? It's not." It's not Watchdog 2 animation. Yeah, it is. I can recognize them a miles away. I'm the most like, like when you can be more wrong. And then there was another guy that say, I played the Skate 4 pre-alpha, and this is just Skate 4 alpha. No, it's not. I mean, like, it doesn't even look like remotely similar. I mean, it's anyway.
Yeah. Oh no.
It's just it's just annoying. Right, okay, so yeah, what were we doing? Let's go back to the time trial.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you already have crashed. Yeah.
So I've taken that respawner out of the marker.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of the marker. So if we do that, we'll do the route manager.
Okay. Yeah, let's move that in the route manager. Yeah.
But everything else within the marker is specific to itself and nothing else.
Okay.
Okay. So
one sec. Is that base time trial text? That is the one on the top, right?
Yeah.
Is that gonna be again something that the root has?
Well, the marker doesn't store the time in any way. The route manager tells it what time it should be, what it should be displaying. It's just that the component is part of the marker, but none of the information about it is part of the marker. That's all fed to it by its route manager.
Yeah, no, that is correct. Is the but I think we need to move it. Like, has the route manager has any visual components, or is only logic?
Only logic.
But can it have visual components?
I mean, sure, it's an actor.
Okay, so I think, right, that route to, well, that text and the best time needs to be in the route manager, and it needs to be, so basically that needs to be calculated, right, based on what is the first time trial gate, and then you say, okay, yeah, the first time trial gate is this guy here. Place that text, 10 meters up, blah blah, right? So like the same thing that you did for the respawn thing. So basically the logic is, right, if there is an information that is redundant, in the actor, then is that gonna be needs to be eliminated or push it upward, right? So for example, the respawner and the root base time is a perfect example, right? The base time is not an information of the
Yeah.
market itself. It's an information of the root itself.
Yeah. So like information and data wise, I was already handling it through the route manager. But because I wanted it to align with the marker, like because it was being displayed as part of that actor, I just had the component exist in the marker, but none of the logic for it is done in the marker. It's all fed to it by whatever its route manager is.
Okay,
so taking that off, putting it in the route manager, and then just having the route manager move its component location to marker 0 plus 50Z or 100Z or whatever.
yeah.
Like, yeah, that's fine, because all that doesn't change any of the logic for working out what route number it is or what number it is. So that's fine.
And I guess, right, that is so the root manager, right?
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't got any spatial property, right? Like he can be anywhere, right? Like
Correct.
the spatial property is
where
the markers are, right?
For just for my own sanity, I've been placing the route manager next to its marker 0, but it doesn't have to be. That's just for my own sanity and organization. I've always placed it just next to it, but it can be anywhere. It doesn't matter.
And that what is quite strange is that there is not an abstract like actor that is like that lives. I mean, irrespective of that, transform matrix. So everything has a transform matrix, which is, it's quite. I know why they did it, but yeah, it's still. I think they should really have an object, like the basic object, which is, well, nothing. Like, a GUI ID or whatever, like, it's just like pretty much empty. And then transform is only if you have some geometry. Because they transform without geometry, it's always look a business.
Yeah. But hey, unreal. Sorry, I'm just naming things. Yes, okay. So right, I've made a note of that on my to-do list to move these components into the route manager.
Yep.
So anything else of concern with the marker before we move on to the route?
Has a gate, decal. Gate?
The gate is the stat mesh for the circle with the S in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like with the new
a lot of this will
asking
change. Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, probably all of this will change.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay. So onto the route manager. So on the event tick, it checks through all of its children to see if any of them have been overlapped. And then once they have, it goes into this little select logic thing, which I know looks bad, but I don't actually know a better way of doing it. And basically it just checks if the child that was overlapped, is it index 0? Like, is it the starting one? If it is, then it knows we're starting a trial. If it's not, then it goes through and checks, is the trial already running? If it is, then all right, checkpoint checks, things like that. If it's not running, just ignore it.
Okay, can you go into the tick function?
Mhm.
Do we have a do we have a state that says I'm not running, or like?
Yeah, we've got a flag for it. Is trial running?
Can you go again to check overlap child?
So it just does a for each through each of its active references, and it fetches if they've got their hand up. Are they saying they've been overlapped or not?
You probably want to reshuffle this. Like if it's not running, right? We only want to check the first checkpoint, right?
Okay.
If it's not running, check the first. If the first checkpoint is on, then uh then do the do the do the update thing.
Like that?
If I go to bit of the code, it's actually the same, right?
Yeah, but I could collapse this down into a function. I'm just saying, like, is this what you meant?
I think so. Well, no.
Actually, let me switch to better text for you.
Yeah, I can't read it.
Change windows. Better text. There we go.
Is it better? Yeah. Let's think. So if the trial is not running,
Then just check 0.
okay, yeah. If you, okay, so what is the thing that what is the because you do if the first one is 0, then start the time trial thing. Where do you do that?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
so basically that will need to go out, right? So basically you need to do that.
Like that. Oh, sorry, zoomed out too much.
Just do time trial. Why is that the checkpoint array type?
Yeah, so it's an array of actor objects. It doesn't, which is annoying, because it's just references to actors in a level. It doesn't give you anything about what their class is or
Really?
what blueprint they've got. Yeah, it's literally just an actor reference. Um,
But why you cannot have an array of time trial remaster?
um, let's try. That array and then make it instance editable. So root merger. Ah, you can. Do you know what? I don't know why, but I really thought you couldn't for some reason. At some point in time, I got the idea that you couldn't do that locked in my head. And I've been frustrated with having to cast from the actor constantly.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah,
can switch that out and I can get rid of all the casts.
yeah, because my take on this, like, you know, when we said, oh, like, you know, like they find the actor with class and blah blah, right? That you don't do
Yeah.
anymore.
Uh-huh.
So is a similar take that I think if you have the actor in the level, like I think like cast is something that you do when you have like a dynamic setting that you're not sure about. It could be this, it could be that. And okay, yeah, you need to cast it. And then for the most part, right, the casting needs to check if it's valid or not. Because like if you're only see there, if you never handle the cast fail, then probably you don't need to cast it because you know they if you know that
It's
is always correct, you probably don't need to cast it. I think so. That's my take. Right. So like
no, no, it makes sense. What
if you see
you're
a usage where cast fail you don't use or it doesn't make much sense, then it means that you probably can remove the cast safely.
okay, it still works. All right, sweet. I could just switch the type and it doesn't matter because the array's already populated with the correct type, so it didn't throw up any errors. I do need to go through and find everywhere that I do a cast. It's too many.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't do it now, but yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
the idea is that
Okay.
if you if you place the stuff, then it should be already of that object, that type. Okay, so that is what is fetch? Sorry, can you zoom in there?
Yeah. Also,
Okay, yeah, fetch.
before we get to it,
Yeah,
when we look at the top level, the master,
yeah,
it is gonna have actor references for the route in which I cast. That will be replaced with the same way we've just done this array now.
yeah, yeah,
Before we get there,
yeah. No, I know time paradox doesn't exist. Okay, so fetch is child overlap is just the returns
it returns
the
this.
value. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it just all it does is return the state of if the gate is currently overlapped on it.
And
And then this function, this child has been checked. Basically, it tells the child to put its hand down. It sets this to false because even if the player is still standing in the gate and it's still being overlapped, I only want it checked once. So once it checks it, it then sets it to false, which won't reset until they leave and re-enter the gate. So rather than it just repeatedly re-ticking that gate over and over and over and over again.
yeah.
So
if
this just tells it to put its hand down.
If the actor is overlapped again, then that would be true anyway, right?
Yeah. So because at the moment, when you start overlap, the marker puts his hand up, and when it ends overlap, it puts his hand down.
Yeah.
But if he was to just stay standing in the gate and never leave, this would remain true, and the event tick would keep seeing it over and over and over again for the route manager. But once the route manager's seen it once, I want it to tell it like, that's fine, I've seen you, I've done my checks, you can put your hand back down now.
Oh,
so it just it forcibly sets this to false, which won't then reset to true until the player leaves and then starts a new overlap with it.
Like on component begin overlap, it gets called only once.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Then that looks like. Okay, that looks like we need to employ maybe another product in there, but we'll go through that later. Yeah, for now it's fine. But I think we can have there are like special functors that functor that is just set and clear at the same time. So you just do it. So basically, the first time you read that, it will at the same time reset it. So you can only read it once, and then it's gonna reset. But anyway, that's for later. So like basically, you do all that branch into one function. So check check overlap. Well, I mean, check and set overlap. Whatever.
This all just gets brought down into one thing.
Yeah, but like, I think like you can have a type, right? No, instead of the bool, you can have that type, which is like every time you read it, it's just reset to whatever is the reset state.
That's cool.
Yeah, so we just do it in one.
That's cool.
Right, and then you go select. What is that select logic root?
Select your. So this comes in. This was checking if it was
Yeah.
the starting point or not. So now without that, it's going to be checking. So it does a check to make sure a trial's running because, actually, I think I can take this branch out because I've got it set now that if a marker is hidden, its overlap events are turned off, which means you can't overlap it whilst it's not an active route.
But also, you cannot get in there if the trial is not running because if you look in here, yeah.
Okay. That's fine. So then it does a check. So if the route's special or not, because if it is, it wants to behave differently.
What's the other condition there?
Is it the last?
One? Okay.
Is it the last one? Is it the final one?
Right.
Which is why it behaves differently if it's special. Because if it is special, there is no last one. There's because there's no sequence to it. So then it checks. If it is the last one, it goes through the end checks. So the pass checkpoint is it hides the marker, spawns the Niagara system, and then updates the number of checkpoints passed, which gets fed to the master for updating the UI. So, but originally I had this afterwards, but because the trial was ending, it was never hitting this checkpoint. So it was never like the UI was always one checkpoint cleared short of where it actually was. So I did it first. The is end allowed. This is making sure that you've hit all of the checkpoints. This doesn't matter anymore because I can't get in here if it's not running. Yeah, so this is just checking that you've hit all of the checkpoints when you hit the finish. You can't just skip them all and hit the finish anyway.
Yeah.
And then it goes into the end trial. Let me just save.
Are you saving?
Yes, I save constantly just to be careful. Because I've noticed that the crash happens if I have more than one thing to save. The more things I have to save, the more likely it is it's going to crash. I've never had it crash on just saving one thing. But 2 and up, it seems to become more likely the more things there are.
Okay, I hope that they fix most of these things with 5.1 and 5.1.1 because I saw a huge list of fixes for that.
Hopefully. Yeah, so when you hit the end trial, it basically checks if the time you just done is better than the best time or not. If it is, then it updates its new best time. If not, it does nothing. It resets the marker's visibilities. So it rehides the root and makes it so only the start one is visible. But sorry, because they've been hidden as you've hit them, it just makes the starting one visible again. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Spawns Niagara. That shouldn't be there because that happens in here. Huh. That shouldn't be there. Okay. Which means don't need that anymore. I wonder why that needed that. Yeah.
It's good that you're already starting to removing code without me telling you.
And then this update marker information is just if the best time hasn't changed, this doesn't change. This doesn't really do anything. If the best time has changed, then this will set like a new medal time, like a new medal color, or the new best time.
Isn't that what it does in the check new best time?
No, this literally this doesn't do everything for the marker. This is just for the route manager. It just it's what the route manager is storing as its best time.
How do you know if it's the best time then?
Because the route manager has a variable where it stores its current best time.
And yeah, but how do you know if this is a new best time?
Because when you finish the trial, it takes what that trial's current time was when it finished, and it checks it against its current best. So if it's the same or beating it, then it will take the current time because it's improved. If it's if it's failed to beat the best time, then it does one final check to make sure that the best time isn't 0. Because if the best time is 0, it means that either A, you've never run the trial, so any time is a new best time, or B, you've cheated, at which point, fuck you, you're not getting a best time of 0.
Yeah, no, but I see the logic here, but like in here you set the best time, right? But
yeah,
you like after you set it, you don't have the information that you don't know if you have beaten the best time when you do update marker info, right?
Yeah, no, this fires every time. But it literally just it goes through to. I mean, this is probably going to become redundant when we move the components out. But this speaks to the marker, and it sets the best time here as whatever the route manager's best time is. So if they're the same, if it's not changed, then it doesn't do anything. But if the new best time has been updated, this number will update.
Right. So he always updates the number basically. But if it's the same, it just you don't see
yeah.
it's the same.
Yeah. And it does the same thing with like the marker color as well. If it's a new medal, then it will update the medal color. If not, then it just sets it as what it already is. So it's
yeah. Okay. So because like yeah, it's what is reset start variables then? No, start visibility.
Start visibility. Yeah. This just means that when the trial is finished, it makes this starting one visible again, so that you could start a new trial.
Right. So
when you hit it, it disappears.
So I think logically, can we move that one?
Swap these around.
Yeah, what does it just because you can follow. If he hasn't got any dependency there, any order issue, then yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. The order doesn't matter. It's just a case of I'd created this first, and I've created this at a later date, so I put it in afterwards.
Yeah.
All you were seeing there was just the order that I'd worked in.
Yeah. So another thing to consider, right? This is as a global design pattern rule. So how this is not like one of those rules that is an absolute 100% dictatorship rule that cannot be broken. Like this is a bit fuzzy, but in general, right? How many times do you use check? Sorry, can you put it bigger again? Okay, how many times do you use check for new best time?
Just once every time that the time trial ends.
So like this function is called only in one place, okay?
It should be,
Okay.
unless I've made a mistake. There's no reason it should be called anywhere else.
Okay, so how many times update marker info is called?
Possibly twice.
Twice, okay.
Yes. So, this update marker info is also. Oh no! Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it does get called twice because it can forcibly be called by the global master.
Ooh.
I can do this update routes purely because I noticed that when I was playing and set a new time, when I'd come out into the editor, it wouldn't be updated. So then I'd do this and it would just run that update. But it was all of the data was already there. It just wouldn't update the visuals on the marker in the editor unless I press it. So like this getting called forcibly is nothing to do with gameplay. It's just for the editor.
All right. So in that case, right? Yeah. Okay. So that is only an editor thing to just.
Yeah, gameplay wise, it gets called here once.
Yeah.
I believe. I believe. Let me just check. Yeah, it gets called here, and that's it.
Yeah. So in general, right? If a function gets called only once, which is perfectly reasonable, but you have another function after that, which also gets called only once, this is almost the case because apart from having that like hacky thing, that is basically logically it's just called only once. So in theory, those two functions should become one because they're always used once, right? But this is where it gets a little bit fuzzy. You can keep it like this if you are sure. Well, if you are predicting that in the future, in the very near future, for example, the update marker info, you need to use it a lot more often because you add new functionality, blah blah. Then I say, okay, I'm gonna start with those two that are split already because it's gonna make my life easier because I'm gonna go and update the code later on. But generally, if it's only called once and it's in sequence, like if two or more things in sequence are called only once, then you just get it into one function. Like that's the general rule. And he has got its own exceptions, blah blah. But in general, it's like this.
So is that just primarily for like organization's sake, just tidy paperwork, like tidy admin type thing?
No, it's more for logical structure. So like, because like you should know the granularity of how the function is getting called. Like there is no reason that two function one after the other that gets called only once ever. They need to be split apart from those exceptions like, oh, but you need to change it like very very soon, so blah blah. But yeah, generally logically, like, so basically logically a function is just like a unique like set of lines of code that they are useful when they are called from one place, right? I mean, it would be even worse is if you have the same two function calls one after the other in another part of the code, because that would be really, really redundant, right? That would
Yeah,
be, well, I'll just put it in once, right? Because you always do it. Yeah, but if it's so, and the other thing is, the other, like, the fuzziness comes from if that function is doing only one thing, well, the same thing, then it's definitely need to be only one function. But if update marker info is doing something completely different from check for best time, then those need to be two different functions, because
right.
a
But because the
function should
marker
only
information
do
is,
one thing. Yeah.
but because the marker information it uses the best time, like you're always going to be checking for the new best time and then doing the marker information anyway. So
Yeah.
they are connected to each other.
Yeah, but they do two very different jobs, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, currently, yeah, but when we move the components into the root manager, no, they won't be very different jobs anymore because the best time will just feed straight into the text component.
Okay, yeah, I mean, in that case, you can,
So
yeah, you can put it together.
this will probably get collapsed.
Yeah.
This will
Okay.
this will definitely get collapsed because this will stop existing when I pull those
Yeah.
components out of the marker.
But they're already out of the market, right?
The best time and root component aren't. I haven't moved them yet.
Okay.
I've put it on my to-do list, but
Right.
whilst
Okay,
we're just
yeah.
talking, going through things, I'm not going to
Yeah.
keep stopping and taking half hour to move stuff around.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Reset.
Because
Yeah.
this will go down to just the color for the marker material. Yeah, that's all this will become. It's just update marker color.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and then that just makes the starting point visible again at the start. At the end of the trial.
Yeah. Okay.
So then, if we go back to the logic proof, so that's why am I that's suspicious? Sorry, no, don't worry about it. Yeah, so that's what happens if you hit the trial, and then these two are very similar to each other, but one cares about sequential order and one doesn't. Basically.
So this thing here, right? The pass special checkpoint. Can I see those two functions though?
So this is the pass special checkpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes in, it doesn't care about the sequence. It's like, okay, you've hit a checkpoint, sweet. We'll mark that off as a checkpoint passed, and then it checks, was that the last one in the entire trial? If it was, we're ending the trial, which is the exact same function as here. If it's not, then okay, we're just hiding that past marker, and then we'll carry on running the trial. The pass checkpoint comes in and it checks to make sure that the one you hit is the next one in the sequence before going through and doing updating the checkpoints passed and doing like pass marker.
I think for these guys here, right? I think there is a little bit of yeah. If you go back to the previous function, yeah. So this function, no, like the one with the three things again. So this slide, I mean, this is almost down to like personal preferences, but what I would do here is like, so this case here, right, is quite it's quite weird. And usually when things are quite weird is, yeah, they are not like correct in a way, like they're not like from a coding, coding standard, like practice point of view, they're not correct. But if you can you um can you zoom out a little bit? I want to see the. Can you move, the code a little bit closer? Okay. So this is very, very,
Is it this cascading effect
yeah.
coming down?
So the thing on this code that really looks weird is, you go those 3 branches, and then you go, it's
Yeah.
definitely,
This is one where, like, I knew coming into this call, I knew that this select logic route was going to throw flags up in your head, but I honestly, I just don't know a better way of doing it.
yeah.
I don't know a better way of picking and choosing. Because so one way or another, it has to make these checks.
Yeah,
So I guess I
but
could, like,
making the
I
checks
could,
is fine. Yeah, it's, but like, for example, right, the so what is called this function? Select logic root, right?
yeah.
So I think the correct way to do this, it would be like that branch is root special, should be the first thing that you do, and then you go down to, okay, do the special thing or not.
But no, because whether or not the route is special, although it doesn't care about the sequence, it does care if you've hit the very first checkpoint or not. Because you still have to hit the very first one to start it. And then after that, it doesn't care about sequence anymore. And because we've done... Oh, actually... Oh, this branch doesn't need to be here anymore.
Yeah, no, because we did
Because...
it on the other side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this... Yeah, this doesn't need to...
This
Oh,
is never 0.0, right? Because 0.0 is handled in the other, which is
yeah.
another thing that we need to change, but for now, yeah.
Let me just check quickly, because that should now... Do I have a player starting here? I do. Where? I don't want it there. It's awkward. Where can I go? So if I was to walk straight into this, nothing should happen. Good. But if I hit that, okay, and then if I go back, yeah, okay. So, yeah, that branch doesn't need to be there at all anymore now that we've moved that.
Yeah.
Which is nice. So there's one branch down.
Yeah. So, right, the other thing here is, so I think you should get, like, the way I read it, but don't do it now. I just telling you roughly the way I would do it, right? Like, check if the last index is gonna be, should be promoted into a local variable, and say, oh, is this the last index? Okay, you just do it. You probably do it outside this function, or maybe like maybe a macro in this function or whatever, like, but you just get out of there. And then you shouldn't do that one, right? Is not needed for the root spatial, right? The root spatial, you don't care about the last index, right?
Correct. No, Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, last index. No, we don't care.
Yeah. So like when you do like the very wrong thing about this thing is that end trial thing, okay? Because end trial here, you use that function at this level, and then you use that function in the pass special checkpoint, right?
Okay.
So that is highly sus because like it looks like you are like the yeah, it looks like that function is used on two different layers, well, two different levels, which is always like pretty sus. So what I would do here is root spatial. I will get a pass spatial checkpoint or pass normal checkpoint, but because you're only doing the second branch if it does if it's the um, if it's not the special one, right? So basically the second branch you can immediately you can move all the second branch, like all that code inside the second branch, right? And then just don't do do only see, like even last index and all of that branch, everything up to end the time trial, you can do it in the past checkpoint, right? Yeah, like all of those nodes there, right? If you select all of them.
What, these two?
Well, I believe end the trial outside, so it's called like only once, right? But you do like basically from checkpoint array to is and allowed, that could go all into the normal checkpoint, right? Past the checkpoint, right? Because you never do that in the spatial, right? Yeah, the branch there as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is that
Comes into here.
yeah.
So when we hit the checkpoint, wait. So we check, was it the last thing we hit? Was it the last one? If it was, then we want to do the end checks. If it's not, then we want to check the sequence.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So if you go back to
And
the other,
then we want to return that.
yeah. Well, you need to return it on the other side as well, right?
What do you mean on the other side?
You go another.
Oh no, sorry, this
Another
goes.
return.
Got another return.
Yeah. Like if inside the pass check function, pass check mark, like the other one, hide the checkpoint. The one you need to return, right?
No, what?
Well, because then like that one is gonna be undefined, right? Like you are always calling this function.
So return it false? You mean like that?
Yeah, like is that return if it's the last one, right?
Yeah, it's if the end is allowed. So yeah, it checks that you've hit all of the other ones, all of the other checkpoints first.
What is that? Number of checkpoints plus one is 0. So what is
Oh,
the other branch?
sorry. No, sorry, that should be connected there. That was where I moved things around. I didn't reconnect it.
Right. So this is a intermediate checkpoint, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the so if it hits false, it means we've hit something, one of the checkpoints that isn't the final one, and this is making sure that the index we've just hit is the next one in the sequence.
Yeah.
So it's how many checkpoints we've hit plus one.
Okay.
If it's not, then ignore it because you're doing it in the wrong order.
Okay. So what I would say is, you know, those two branches. I think I will create two function, which is one is last checkpoint, and the other one is I mean correct sequence checkpoint, whatever. So because then maybe you need you know you need to do that logic because it's not very clear from here what those things do. So if you just name them, is you know it go is a lot more readable, right?
Oh, so leave them exactly where they are, but just collapse it to a function so we can name it.
Yeah, but only the equal thing, not the whole thing, right? Yeah, only that one. Yeah. That one is like it is you know what is the thing is it's checkpoint sequential, whatever, like yeah.
Well, I forgot how to spell sequential for a second.
Don't ask me. I can tell you a million different wrong ways, and like the same thing as you know the last index. I mean that is quite explanatory, but still like just having like boom, like just like
wait.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot the L.
Isn't that like in Blueprint, right? Isn't there a way to do a branch out of a function? Because that really pisses me off that you need to do branch, right? Like, shouldn't.
How to do a branch out of a function?
Yeah, like that bool there, right? Isn't there an implicit way to say.
Oh!
false?
Do you know what? So, not that I know of. I tried looking, and I've come up with nothing. There is a decent chance that I've just looked in the wrong place and not found it. But yeah, not that I've worked out how to, which is
Yeah. So
frustrating. Because the problem, yeah.
No, I
Like,
mean it's just because it looks a little bit. I mean, it's clear that you go a bool, and you know, like what do you not do in a bool?
But it would just be tidier. Because like the problem is this return node doesn't really care about the execution. It just the execution only tells it which variable to take. Like it doesn't care about which route you're going.
No.
Which is annoying.
I mean,
but
yeah, technically, even that one should be one return. I mean, technically, you should only be one return because the reason being that if you have a very logic branches and blah blah, you may forget one, right? So if you force everything to go into one return, you cannot go wrong, right? You just say, oh, this branch doesn't return. So I think like the return values of those is and moved should be promoted to a local variable, and it should return the local variable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot cleaner than how I was about to do it. I was about to put the most disgusting fix in that you've ever seen.
Okay.
I was about to do. I was about to do that.
Okay. Yeah. No, that is very weird to me. I have no idea what that thing is, but yeah, it's weird.
So this is basically acting as a switch on this input. So if this input is true, it will take this value. If it's
Right.
false, it will take this value, which is just the same as true, which is the
Yeah.
same as plug, and it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
um. I've got the caps lock. Capital letter.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, you need to
And-
drag it.
Yeah. And that would set it to false and go.
No, just don't set it to false. Leave it as default one. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, okay, if you want for completeness, you can set it to false, but yeah. Like, if you have it as default to false, you don't need to reset it to false, yeah. Yeah, so like...
Oh yeah, but in that case, then this doesn't even need. This could just come straight here, and it doesn't even need to be a variable.
Well, no, because that will always read the return value, right?
Oh. Yeah, but then. But surely, if this isn't here, if it just comes straight in, it will just take whatever this last. What?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
correct.
yeah, but when is this ever going to get? Because this would never get reset back to false unless you hit the final checkpoint in the wrong order and you forced this check to happen.
Yeah,
And
but
then it was
that
like-
but that is only a local variable. It doesn't, like, it's completely temporary to the life scope of the function itself. That will just get
Oh!
destroyed. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Right. Okay.
Yeah, like if it's a local variable, it's only local to the function, and then like the scope of the function is when the function starts and when the function ends, right?
So as soon as it leaves out of this return, this
Yeah,
gets destroyed, and when it comes
exactly.
in, it creates it fresh.
it reads it
with its
fresh, which
default.
is always false, and then it always gets it to true if it goes
Right.
down.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We'll learn.
So
We'll learn.
like the pattern there, right? When you return, see that is actually a very important pattern because like returning that variable, it will force you to like update like that state like correctly when you need to, and then like no matter what happens, you will just return that
Yeah.
that variable.
Yeah.
Like
There might be a few. I can't think off the top of my head, but there's probably a few other places where this is applicable. Then in other functions I've made.
The problem with having multiple returns is that you you may miss some return because you know you may don't like you were missing the return into from hide path marker right before, and
Yeah.
like, and if you have a more complex function, you may miss a time where you need to return, and that would be an undefined behavior. Like you don't know if that is going to return true or false. It will probably always return false, but you know, like that is still undefined behavior. But if you have just one return and you say, okay, I'm gonna return this variable, and you really need to make sure that that variable is correctly set throughout your execution. So basically, you never return on a branch. You always like the function always like ends like just like at the same, you know, in the same place. It never ends in two different places.
Yeah.
And then, like the other thing, like technically this is still, I mean, it's correct, but at the same time it's not really, and they slightly, it's not a big deal, but the slightly wrong thing here is that branch. It's like those two branches, right? Because um there may be a time in which you want to have uh, both uh, both tests executed. Like here, you don't execute the is checkpoint sequential if it's the final checkpoint, right? Which it's
Which oh
you know, I mean, in this
yeah.
case, it's correct, but if you change the logic, it may be not correct. So what I will do here is like those checks there, like I will do a sequential if rather than a cascade if. If you do one of those, what is the name in Blueprint? Select no sequence, no just sequence.
Oh,
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So if you do like, okay, check if it's the, if it's the final checkpoint. Check if it's a sequential. Um. I mean, the order will matter here, but yeah, just choose the correct order, and so you can avoid doing those branches, right? I mean,
so
the branches shouldn't be connected, right?
they shouldn't be connected.
Yeah. So you do check if
Oh,
it's
so
the final checkpoint, and then check if it is checkpoint is sequential.
so just like that.
Yeah. But I don't know if the logic will hold though. Like, does the logic still work? Possibly the final checkpoint is the number one, right?
No. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you mean like index one?
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
first you check the sequential, and then if it's sequential, you do the thing, but and then you check, oh, is also the last one, and if it's the last one, then
Literally. Couldn't we just?
and also you can do the
Just
return
go.
into a third one.
Oh, but that's where. Hmm. So it was sequential, and then if the end is allowed, it would go to like I know it wouldn't be in here, but it would go to end child. And if it oh no, because we'd no, because then we'd want to do both, which looks weird.
Yeah, I mean, you can do the branch after, right? You can do that thing always, and then you can do the branch after.
We can do oh yes, yeah, I see what you mean. Because if it is sequential, then we know we've at least hit something we want to clear, whether it's the end or not.
Yeah,
We know
exactly.
that it's yeah.
And then you
But
move the return.
this would be outside, but so yeah, that would be the return. Oh, and then it would actually plug in because
Yeah.
then it actually would be returning true or false
Yeah.
uniquely every time.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is this return? Didn't name it. Oh, that was just passing straight through it. Right, okay. Oh, that was because I just grabbed it and collapsed it. I must have grabbed a node with it. Right, okay. That would be... So when we hit it, if it's not in sequence, then ignore it. If it is in sequence, hide it. We know we've hit something we want to hide. Now we check, is the end allowed or not? Have you hit the final piece or not? Yeah. So, and this is better, right?
Yeah, much better, right?
I haven't missed something really obvious, have I? That's like just blatantly in the wrong order.
But from what I can see, no, you didn't miss anything. I don't know. Did you do end thing in here or outside?
You wanted to do it outside, didn't you?
Yeah, because I want to do it only once. So like, yeah, if you go back to this guy here, right?
So they'd come in like that, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah, that was the other thing that I was saying. Like that, you know, when I said originally the end trial is using two different level, and this sounds sus.
this would annoyingly become a branch outside of it, wouldn't it? Because you can't branch out of the function. Because that's where this end trial was on the true path here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just taking this out.
What was it? That hide. Don't you do the same in the other guy there? Hide.
Yeah, that should be. How was I doing it with the? You going to bed? How was I doing it when it's because?
I mean, even
I
hide.
bet I know why. I think I've taken it out, but I think at one point I had the hide marker in end trial as well.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So this would be. This can become. Right. Oh, well, okay. So that could collapse.
What does that thing does?
It's basically how many checkpoints there are in the whole route, -1 because it doesn't care about the initial starting one. So it's how many checkpoints you need to hit. Oh, also curiosity. Because I know you were saying like naming conventions of what you can and can't name. That you can use a question mark in variable names in Unreal, for example. Like I use hashtags a lot to replace the word number. Is that like bad naming convention for variables and functions and stuff? Is that a thing I only get away with because it's Unreal? Hello?
For how long I should remain silent in shock? Yeah, of course, it's absolutely terrible.
Okay, right, okay.
I was completely shocked. No, I'm kidding.
There-
Yes,
there-
yes, terrible.
There's a million places that I've done this.
Yeah, absolutely awful.
Okay.
But I didn't expect anything else.
You didn't expect what, sorry?
Anything else from your crazy question mark?
Okay, yeah. So that would do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
all of
like,
this comes down to here.
yeah, but and I think we can do even better than that. Uh, why do you have that branch there?
This.
Yeah.
It's acting as whether or not we're allowed if you've hit all of the markers. But basically, actually, that could just be that.
Yeah.
Oh. uh,
Oh, can you do no 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 no
y-
no no
y-
that's awful.
y-
Just delete that
yeah.
before my can you do or like this or that?
Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Like if you say that, right? I think this is still sus, right? So um what is like all these functions, right? They are into this class, right? They are in the time manager,
Root
trial root
manager.
manager, right?
This is
But
the root manager.
yeah, can you go inside and trial? Yeah. So what you can do is uh um mhm. No, I mean it's the thing that I don't like about this is like if there is a branch and then like oh true then false doesn't do anything. Well, I mean it's correct. It's correct because the branch needs to be inside the function. But okay, sorry, can you go out of the function because mm,
Sorry, can I just? I'll be back in a minute whilst you're
yeah
pondering what more damage you want to do.
yeah. Cancel your back or should I get a coffee?
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Running around deserts.
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Running around deserts.
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world. Free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes.
Right. Anyone back?
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh, yeah. All right then.
Ah. Where was that? Ah, that was happening there. Oh, it's so weird playing keyboard and mouse. It's not even that it doesn't work, it's just weird playing a sports game, keyboard and mouse. Okay, sweet, yeah, that was the works. I was just making sure the changes we'd made hadn't shattered everything beyond existence.
Yeah.
Have you just got a snack?
Hmm?
No, I thought you was getting a midnight snack.
Oh, no, no. It's, I was having another coffee. All right, so this is okay. It's, yeah, okay. Can you go back to the previous function? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the one we're following at the moment. This is the old stuff.
Okay, yeah. Let's kill the old stuff. It's working, right? So, okay. I think this is still quite sus. I mean, it's okay. I mean, we can leave it there. But just you know, just a good exercise to go down and basically drill it to like the most optimal solution. Like one thing that I see here is what I will do here is how many times you call end the trial? Only once, right?
Yes.
Can you check?
Yeah, just once. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that or is highly sus. But it's not just that. Like, can you show me past checkpoint and past spatial checkpoint?
This is past checkpoint. This is past special checkpoint.
Okay, I
So
think
the past checkpoint. Yeah, past checkpoint. Make sure it's sequential first.
Yeah.
Special doesn't care.
Yeah. Okay, so what I would do is this could really be just can you create another function which is pass checkpoint? But can you rename pass checkpoint sequential?
Rename this to pass sequential.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me, where is it?
No, but you got the you're slightly off with the convention, right? One is called pass special checkpoint, the other one is like pass checkpoint sequential. Like switch them over, like which way you prefer. Okay, so can we collapse this into pass checkpoint function and bring it over is root spatial as well?
So all of this.
Yeah.
Do you want to take the ore as well?
No, the or we're gonna kill it in a second.
God, why is this so zoomed in? Like I was 60 years old.
And can you return?
Sorry, I'm just plugging this back in quickly. Yeah, so you'd put the ore here, wouldn't you?
No.
Oh no, you'd do the local.
Yeah,
a
just
local
promote
variable.
it to available. I wonder if we can use if we can simply use a variable. How many variables have we got into this class? I mean,
I've tried to keep it down as much as possible.
Yeah.
There's probably some of these we can get rid of, but I don't know enough to be able to.
Okay. Yeah. So the thing is with this, right? Really, this is and trial could be called into pass checkpoint. But then like this function becomes just one node, which is completely defeats the
Which is
point.
just what the select logic root is.
Yeah. Sorry, can you go back into pass checkpoint thing? Yeah. Okay, let's keep it at that.
Unless we put end trial in pass checkpoint, delete select logic root, and where we would call this, we just call pass checkpoint instead.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, let's do that. Because because that doesn't really. I mean, clearly here you don't need the local variable, right? You can drag it twice, no? Can you drag it for both?
No.
What?
So we'd either use the local or we'd have to use the OR boolean.
So wait.
Unreal. So then this just becomes that. And that was the only place that was used.
Yeah.
Just make sure it works quick. What the? All right. Yay, we're good. Okay. Yeah, so this is now this.
Yeah, it's okay. It's part of me thinks that like the strange thing about this is that but, I mean, part of me thinks that past checkpoint and past sequential checkpoint could be one function, and we pass if it's a check, if it's a special or not as a parameter, right? But that's for later. It's like
Oh, so what? Merge these two logics together, put the branch inside, and just pass the ball straight into it. Well, not even pass the ball straight into it, just have the ball in it because it is a variable.
yeah, but then but then we collapse. Like we are basically collapsing a lot of things into ones, right? So that's not necessarily like, yeah. I mean, I think that is root spatial should be, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, don't do it now, but like the slight discrepancy here is that is root spatial is a variable of this class, right? So it's always available. So
Yeah, this is something we can set in the details
yeah.
panel here
So
when we place it.
that should never be, yeah, that should always be, accessible. So yeah, the fact that we do that branch is slightly, anyway, just let's keep it like that. Let's keep it like that. Let's go.
Would it be better? Probably wouldn't be, but would it be better so rather than having it exposed here? I know because then you're just exposing. I was going to say if we had it in the master, so when you drop down the array, you could tick which roots were special in the master, and then but then you're just exposing it in a different location, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I think like root spatial is a property of the root, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it needs to be.
Okay.
Right, okay, yeah, so let's keep it at that. It's only slightly annoying that slight. Okay, so this is the root manager. Okay, so like, how does it work? Like, let's go back to the sort of like tick function thing. Let's check.
So every tick, it does the check for overlap, which is this stuff that we've just done, which is basically everything we've just worked on for the last hour, whatever, one or two. So if the trial's not running, it will only check for the starting marker. If it's running, then it will start doing the checks on all of the other children. It just does the fetch. If they've been overlapped, then it tells them to put their hand down, and it does pass checkpoint or start trial.
Yeah, so those needs to be.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, those things needs to be, the same function thing, and without the cast and stuff like that. Right?
Oh, yeah. That's the point. I'll get rid of the cast in that. Have I already changed this, actually? So if I just... I need to do it in other places as well, which I do have on my to-do list, but yeah, there you go. So just since we are right here, that's the cast gone.
Yeah. So those.
The only problem is you can't branch out of a function, so this would just be a function returning a ball into a branch, which is all it is anyway. So I don't know how you would collapse
you
that
only need
down.
to do it once.
Sorry?
You only needed to do once. Like all these
Okay.
3 nodes, they needed to be done only once.
But how would you... How would you do that?
Why, like, what is that function doing? Check, fetch, child develop?
It just retrieves this in the marker.
Yeah. So,
Oh, so you mean doing this once right at the start?
well, no, because you need to do it for why you do it for
Oh, yeah.
every checkpoint?
Because every tick, it looks at all of its children to see which ones have been overlapped. Rather than... Because I could only think of 2 ways. So how I had it the other night was on this event, the child would call this function in the route manager and be like, hey, I've been hit, do stuff. But that was the wrong way around. So I've switched it to every tick, the route manager checks all of its children, or, well, it checks its starting child over and over again. And once the trial has started going, then it checks all of the other children to see which ones have been hit.
Mhm.
Rather than the child telling the manager.
Yeah, but that could be like that fetch child overlap could be only. I mean, all those 3 nodes they should only be like yeah, there should be one function basically. See,
Wait, why has this made this 2 different pins?
the thing is now, like, you're gonna lose the condition, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's going to end up passing through no matter
Mhm.
what.
Yeah. So so this is like that, like the real problem is that is that branch at the beginning, like the get and the for each loop, right?
You're not even supposed to use 4 eaches, are you?
Mhm.
As much as you can avoid it.
No, I mean for each is, I mean, it's low, and so you should yeah, you should not use the like loops, nested loops. They are no single like linear loop like once, they're okay, but if you can avoid, then you should never do it. Like on this one, right, the time trial route manager, right? So the okay, so the problem of this is like in the past checkpoint, right? We have information about we have information about the is sequential thing, which is it can change that for loop, right? Because if it's sequential, right, the for loop should only take into account the next checkpoint, right?
Oh, so it doesn't need to be checking every child every time. It only needs to check the next
the
one.
next one, right? Yeah.
Unless it's special, then it does need to check every time.
Yeah, that is thing, but we need to move the spatial logic out, which this is why it was weird that pass.
Would it be
That past checkpoint that we said, yeah, but that branch is weird, and this is the reason because
so? Would you have two different types of route manager? A normal, like a sequential route manager, and a special route manager, rather than one route manager that can do either?
well, but then you have a lot of overlaps between like if you
Yeah,
don't
you'd
know.
have a ton of overlap.
Yeah, I don't know in Blueprint how you do like if it was like normal C++, you will have like an abstract class, which is basically global interface. They say, okay, these are the functions that a route manager has, and then you derive from that, whatever type of routes you want, a sequential, a spatial, and blah blah. Probably there is something in Blueprint. I'm not really sure how to achieve that, but which is probably what we should consider, because I'm pretty sure there must be something like that. But yeah, do you have like child blueprint of some sort?
Create child blueprint class,
Mm.
allowing you to create variants easily.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so then you can call its functions as and when you want.
yeah, but okay, it's actually not that function which needs to be defined here. So okay, the thing about this is that so basically each spatial becomes a property of the blueprint itself, right?
Yeah.
It's not a flag anymore, right?
Well, oh,
But
yeah. So
which
yeah,
is
so
okay.
you'd either be placing a sequential child or a special child.
Yeah, exactly. Like the route is either a sequential route or a spatial route, which is more correct, right? Because
And all that would change is you just split these two paths into like sequential path. No.
yeah, no, I mean you call the function the same, but you implement it differently if you are in sequential, and like you basically need to have a master class, right? And then two children. Like you need to have a time trial root master, okay? And then you create two children, time trial sequential and time trial spatial.
Special.
And
then if it's sequential, it's only ever checking the next in sequence. If it's special, it's running this for loop here.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So out of curiosity, because as far as I can think of, or at least as far as we've come across, that would really be the only difference.
Well, no,
is
and
to
then
whether
also past checkpoint will be like, yeah, you don't
Yeah,
have that branch.
This wouldn't have a branching path anymore. It'd be one or the other.
Mhm.
But if those are the only changes, is it worth having extra blueprints now? Like extra children? Because,
Probably.
and then purely for the purpose, or purely for like maybe like a year, 2 years from now, whatever, team's bigger. You've now got multiple people who have to, if they're if there's multiple people that are working on the levels, potentially putting time trials in, they have to pick the correct child
Mhm.
rather than just ticking a box. Do you gain, like, by splitting it into the two children, do you gain enough to make that worth it? That potential mistake worth it?
Well, yes, because because you can have you can have 4 different time trial like
Oh,
games, or
right, okay.
I mean n, right? And like you will have to add a lot of branches here. Oh, is this time trial? Is this the other one? Is this the other one?
Right, I'm with you.
I
Okay,
mean,
I'll add this
even
one to
with
do.
2 is still okay. Like it would be like silly if you have only, you know, if you have only one if that you do in 20 million functions. Okay, sure, you don't do it. It's just like, but by the looks of it, this will cascade into, you know, well, this is already cascading into, because this is already weird. Like get 0 or do the for loop. The weird thing about this is, like, if this was doing 2 different for each loop, it would have been okay. The weird stuff is that here you change the complexity of the logic. In one case, you go a linear loop, right? You go what's called ON, like you go n times blah blah for each loop, and you do things in a loop. In another case, you just get the first one and just say, oh, I'll just check one, right? So because you go like 2 different complexities, I think it's worth having 2 different
Okay.
logic.
So to that point then, to further that, because that makes sense. So in the special child, would we still keep this split of complexities? Because to begin with, we only care about the starting one. We only care about all of them after the child has started. Prior to that, we still only care about the first one.
No, that will not be. So that is check for overlap child.
Yeah. So this is on the event tick. This is seeing which children have and haven't been overlapped. But if there's no time trial running, then regardless of whether it's special or sequential, we still only care about the beginning. Once the trial has started, then the logic splits into sequential and
Yeah,
non-sequential.
but I would change this. I mean, I would change this even now for this one.
So would you have like a check for start first?
Yeah.
And then, sorry, I choked. Have this part, this check for start, be its own separate function that then goes into check all other children.
Yes, but I would that. So the fact that he is doing the same check twice is highly sus. So
What here?
yeah, that
What?
definitely needs to be addressed, because that is
Okay.
super suspicious.
Fetch child overlap be done once.
So I think
Right. Do we want to carry on checking through other stuff? I've made notes of these, of switching these into child classes and making this only happen once.
yeah, okay.
because I think I can manage to. I think I can do that. If I can split it into the 2 trial classes, like on my own time. I don't think I need you to walk me through that. If I get lost, then I'll give you a shout. But
Yeah.
I should be able to split them in my own time.
Yeah. So like have a like an abstract one which has all the function in common, right? It needs to go into the abstract one, and then
Yeah.
the only
Um,
function that you need into those 2 ones are, pass checkpoint and pass checkpoint sequential. That needs to be.
Yeah. Okay.
That is the only difference. But like, call it. I don't know if you can do it in Blueprint. I think so, but call it the same name, right? It should be pass checkpoint, but one is pass checkpoint sequential, in a sequential way, which is the different implementation. But have a look if you can have a pure abstract class. Yeah, probably you can. What is pure then?
Pure as if it doesn't need an executive pin. So,
Okay, it's not the same meaning then.
like this is a pure function. Because all it is just logic that it returns. It doesn't care about the execution.
Alright. I don't know exactly how is the hierarchy of the class, but anyway,
What's a const function?
const usually means that it doesn't change any of the state of, it doesn't change any variable or anything. It just returns
Right.
a value, right? So const, it's usually like that. But I don't know in Blueprint, because pure in Blueprint in C++ is completely different meaning. It's a function they can override. But yeah, have a look. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I think you should be able to. To have a pass checkpoint with the same name, and in the sequential does the sequential thing, in the spatial does the spatial thing, and in another thing does another thing. But in theory, you should have only one name, so you just say, oh, call pass checkpoint, and then it does, the correct thing depending on which object it is, which Blueprint actor class it is.
Okay.
Now, like this one is like check for overlapping child, right? And then what is update time, trial time?
Sorry, 1 sec. Let me just. Sorry, I was making a note. So this is the timer stuff. Yeah. So this is if the trial's running, it will. Yeah, I mean, it'll get the accurate real time, and it will subtract the starting time, and that's all this is doing. Every tick, it's just updating whatever your current time is for running that time trial.
Oh, right. But this is only if the time trial is running, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could be. Okay, can you go into the other function?
Back into overlaps.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you. Yeah, I mean, in theory, right, you should only do this check once, right? Like, if it's not running, then you shouldn't check again, right?
Only for children 1 onwards. Child 0 wants to be checking on the tick.
Yeah. Yeah, but then, that update thing, right? You shouldn't check again, right?
That shouldn't be checked again. Oh, what? That shouldn't be checked again until. Oh, so what? Just put that on the end here.
Yeah.
Like that. So because it's only caring about the. I could get rid of this branch then.
And on the other page, start time trial. Oh, it doesn't need to.
It doesn't matter.
Ah, okay. So okay,
Because
yeah, so
because
right.
the second this trial starts, this path
Mhm.
switches.
Okay.
So yeah.
Right. Okay. So can you go back to the function?
To what, the event tip?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that is correct. It should always be event tick. Just check if it's if it needs to do something and do
Right.
it.
Okay.
Okay. I wonder if yeah, it's probably okay. And this is
Shall we
on the
move on?
root, right? Okay.
This is the root manager. Yeah. Shall we move on to the global master?
Mhm.
I have a sneaking suspicion because up until this point, there's been improvements and stuff, but I think largely I've done all right. I have this sneaking suspicion that the master is where things are going to start collapsing.
Okay.
So, right, this is the event graph. So on the begin play, it does the update routes. So what that's doing is when the game first begins, it will load the save game and it will get the best times for each of the routes, and then it will pass that information down to the route managers and be like, these are your best times, this is what you're working with. And then it will tell them to, like, here's your best times, now update your children on what currently it's like best time, marker number, not marker number, marker color, and that, but that will change to the route manager when we move the components over. So that happens once on begin play. And then on the event tick, so we've got this, which immediately I know doesn't look good. So this is checking every tick. It's checking if. See, I think I've named this badly. Basically, it's looking for if it should save a new time. So it's looking to see if the trial has finished, basically.
Mhm.
So it's doing a check on, and like I say, this castle go and whatever. I don't know why this is a break. I must have just picked the wrong one. So this is checking all routes every tick to see if this is trial complete. Is true, which is a variable set in the route manager, which is also named incorrectly. So that's a variable that's set in the route manager when it does the end trial logic. It just sets it as true. And then once it's been checked, it gets set back to false again. So it's just like a fire once type thing. So once the trial's and thing, then it will fetch the best time from that route manager. And so it doesn't really care if, which I know is going to be bad, it doesn't really care if it's changed or not. It just saves that best time.
Mhm.
So if it's the same, it's just saving it as to what it already is, so writing it with itself. If it's a new best time, then it's updating it. Then fetch check when cleared. Oh yeah, so this is the master talking to the UI. So wow, it's bad that even I'm thinking this is in the wrong order. Every tick it's going through. Once the trial is complete. Oh yeah, no, sorry, yes, okay. So yeah, so this is only happening when the trial is finished. So it it does the final update on the UI element. Because every time you pass a checkpoint, it lights up that circle. This is just doing it for the final one. This updates the best time at the end of the trial because the UI element hangs on the screen for 5 seconds after you finish. So if you've got a new best time, this will update it straight away so that you're looking at the new best time rather than looking at your old one. And then it hides the UI and resets the routes. And every tick as well, it's checking if it should update the UI. So it's doing a for each check on all of its children to see if their trial is running. And if their trial is running, then it checks. It does a one time, it sets the UI as active, unhides it, updates the best time, sets how many checkpoints there should be in the UI. Oh, this was something I was working on, and I can't remember if the fact that that's left undisconnected. I think I don't need it. Yeah, I don't think I need that. And then, so once that's happened once, it switches the path to true, and then it will every tick it will be updating what the current time is, and fetching if a checkpoint has been passed, and if it has, then it will update the checkpoint UI element.
Yeah, I mean, structurally, it looks okay. I think there's so far I haven't seen anything sus.
Okay.
The only thing is, can you go back to the tick function?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just opening the window quickly. Kind of warm there. Is it because these are two separate things and they should be one?
No. So, okay. So, can you go into the should new time be saved? Okay, right. So, what do you do here? Like roots 11. And so, if save.
So this save complete is set. Here. So it's set in two places. When we start running the trial, it sets this to false, so there isn't a save that we've just done. When we save a new best time, it then sets the save as complete. So that means that every tick, if there's no and honestly this might just be badly named, but if there's no trial running, so there's no save pending, if save's complete, then it just means every tick it's not doing this for each loop. Once the trial starts and there's now a save pending at the end of it, it now starts checking for the trial complete. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. I've explained that wrong. Fetch is true running. Because oh yeah, no, sorry. So this is effectively acting as a do once. Sorry, I was thinking I was in the wrong. I thought I was in should update UI. This is acting as a do once. So when there's a save pending, so save complete is false, it will run this once. So it will find which child it is that needs the save. So which one's just finished its trial. It will run the save, and then the save ticks as now complete. So this doesn't keep running every tick. It just happens the once. and then goes through and does like the update the UI and played it once. Although now I'm saying that out loud, there's no reason for this to be on the event tick. This could happen. Oh no, actually. No, it couldn't because it's not always. That would just end up going into another branch. Okay, yeah, but that's what the should new time be saved is doing. This branch is acting as a do once for the following sequence.
All right. Yeah, I mean that. Why they like? Yeah, the only thing that we say here is like that for each loop, right? Well, we know which time trial is active, right? Why we don't just say active time trial and then like that is the one that we say. Because the for each loop is a bit weird, but it's okay. Like for now, it's okay. Let's go on the next one.
See, the thing is, I can't remember why, but I know at one point all of this stuff, all of this should new time be saved. I had off of this false branch. So every ticket would check if one of its children was running a trial, and then if it wasn't, it would check if the trial was complete. If it would check if it's not running because it's just completed a trial, and then it would do it. But, and I can't remember why, for some reason that didn't work. When I had it set up like that, it was firing something every single tick without fail rather than as a do once. Which probably just set it up wrong, but originally I did have it coming off of this false branch.
Okay, yeah, no, but I mean, but we're still not having that active time trial pointer, right?
Oh, yeah, but if
I
it was to
think,
come off there, we could just take this reference and feed it into the function. Because then you wouldn't
Yeah.
have to do the for loop, it would just be whatever this is.
Yeah, exactly. But that for loop, right? So should update UI, right?
Yeah, so this is the. This might be badly named. Basically, this is checking every tick if a trial has just started or if a trial is running, and therefore should it be updating the UI.
Why get time trial UI done before that branch there?
Oh, so it doesn't have to be. I just rather than doing it here and here, I just done it before the branch.
But what
So
do you do?
I actually need your help for this. I don't know a better way of getting the cast to the UI element than doing this. I tried to set it as like a variable that the same way we've got the array that we would just give actor references to, I tried to do it as a variable that we would just give it a widget reference to. But the problem is the widget doesn't exist until you begin playing. So I can't set that variable in editor because it doesn't exist. So the only way I could work out how to do it was to get all widgets of class, player HUD, which I know is always going to, in theory, there should only ever be one player HUD. I can't think of why there would be more than one. And get the time trial there, because the time trial exists in the player HUD. Because then it gets affected by that curve effect. But it does mean that we're doing this search. But I don't know how to avoid that search.
But that is quite why do you do the search before you check if it's active? I mean, that could be super slow.
Oh, I don't know actually. that, you mean?
So yes, can you go back on the left of this? Because I think this we still got a problem here, like that we do this for each loop every frame, right? Which is not ideal, right?
Yeah.
So this is a time trial.
So this is the global manager, and every tick it's checking all of the routes, and if any of those routes have started running a trial or not.
Yeah, but then you go the time trial manager, you got the tick for every route, right?
You've got a tick for every route. Oh, this thing.
Well, no, like you're going to the time trial route manager. Yeah, going to the tick. Yeah, you got that one, right?
Okay.
I'm going to the time trial marker. Okay, you wouldn't have event to tick here, right? Okay, that's fine, right? Now, do we need this event tick here?
In the global.
Well,
In the,
one of
in,
the
in
two
the-
needs
in-
to go, right? It's either in the global or is in the time trial route.
Oh,
What is the
okay.
tick does in the time trial route manager?
Checks if any of its children have been overlapped. So would you say then just have the event tick in the global master and every tick do check overlaps like that and take it out of the route manager?
Yeah.
So then the only thing ticking, the only thing checking, going every single tick. Sorry, the only thing demanding every tick would be the top level, the global master.
Yes, that is a way to do it. I think that the time trial manager should be very like abstract. It should be yeah. Yeah, it should be just interfaces, right? I'm still not sure about that. Because that you do
But
it every time, right?
but how would you avoid? How would you check all children
Yeah.
without?
So
Actually, this array is unlikely to ever be very large, as well, because even
yeah.
on a massive level, how
No, I
many
mean
times
yeah,
are we going to have it?
yeah, it's only theoretical. I mean that for loop doesn't do anything performance wise. It's just basically 0.0 nanosecond, but it's just logically I think it looks quite sus. Sorry, like check overlap child and fetch history running. Don't they do the same thing?
No. So the check overlap child, that's all of this logic that we were working on most of the night. The fetch is trial running, it just returns this private variable of. So once a trial starts running, this gets set to true. If
Yeah.
there's no trial running, it's set to false. This is just returning that.
But sorry, like can you go into check for overlap child?
Oh, what you're saying? Because it's here, we just return.
Yeah. It's just return
Okay.
from the
And then like that.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry, I just got cramp in my leg.
Is that target like get? So what is get time trial UI now?
Oh, that's doing the search for the player HUD.
Okay, okay. We
Yeah.
take a look at that later. So save complete. What is that one?
Oh, that save complete is for this do once effect. So,
How does it work? Like,
yeah, see, I feel like this should be in here.
yeah, I mean, there is something odd about that.
But I know that earlier when I tried to do that, I couldn't get it to work for some reason. I can't remember why. Actually, I'm gonna make a duplicate before I start moving things around. No time reset.
So another like um another way to measure if a code is sus is how many branches you have. Like in theory, okay, in theory, should be possible to run all the code sequentially with no branches. So every time there is a bool and a branch,
How often can you actually get quote? Yeah, fuck it, quote to run like that though, sequentially without a single branch or condition.
Oh, I mean, if you look at my code, I have very, very like I almost never have like if bool just do this. This is like
So, how? What are the How do you usually get around it? Because surely the concept of if conditions comes up a lot.
well, even the if is a little bit dirty. If like the concept of a bool is the concept of having a variable that says true or false is what it could be redundant for the most part. Like you can have a function that says I don't know if this thing valid, and then like you don't have to have a variable that says this thing is valid. Like most of the time you can check if the thing is valid without actually having a variable that tells you if it's valid.
I'm jumping off, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
No, it's not, mate. Sleep well.
Sorry to interrupt.
It's fine. Sleep well, dude.
That's what I do.
So is that because in C++ you can branch out of a function?
No, you
So-
can't. Well, yeah, you can do if out of it, but no, like the main reason is that like the one of the most efficient way architecturally to write code is to write purely functional programming code, which means you don't have state. And by state, I mean any variable, right? Any variable that says, I'm true, I am false, I am, I am this object. Like, that paradigm just completely gone, right? So if you want to know if something is true or false, or is valid or non-valid, you just check it every time. And it sounds counterintuitive, but like the compiler will optimize it like anyway for you, right? So it will probably not gonna make any difference performance-wise. The problem with bool and the states is that you need to remember to update them very carefully. Otherwise, everything is gonna break, right? So like in theory you should be able to run this code without any local variable. That should be the
right.
goal. But yeah, anyway, like it's not always, like sometimes you need to do, there's nothing wrong into doing if, right? But you will be surprised how many times you cannot do it, right? It's not like 100%. Sometimes you need to have if, because yeah, sometimes you just need to do it. But like if you look at the code,
I know I'm adding one as we speak, but
yeah,
I'm just seeing if this works first.
If you look at the code, you probably, and if you start optimizing things away, you would probably see that you will get rid of most of them, if not all. Like if you look at the work that we done for the root manager, we remove pretty much all of them, right? Like a way to remove the if, right, is to use what is called polymorphism, which is you have a base class which says I am a root manager, okay, and then you have a spatial root manager, sequential root manager, dado root manager, right? So depending on the type of root manager that he runs, he has his own code, right? So that is already gonna like remove all of the if they do. Oh, it's sequential, it's not sequential, it's spatial. That already the polymorphism is gonna remove those ifs, right? But generally you remove a lot of the logic if you use only functional programming, which are function without side effects. And by side effects I mean states. Like if a function returns me a value, which it could be a bool, right? It could be, is this time trial valid? And I call a function that returns me that value, then I don't need to store that value, because I can just query, right? I can just query, oh, is this valid? This is valid, this is valid, right? So that is another way to save you having, those books. It won't save you the branch, but it will save you to having to save the bool
Right.
to do the branch.
Okay, I thought the intention was to try and get rid of the condition. I didn't realize that it was using fetches instead of storing booleans.
Yes, that is the ultimate goal. Is the if you branch, you potentially you can avoid that. Okay, that is the ultimate goal. But
By
like
using the polymorphism.
yeah, and other techniques like you can use like redundancy. Like you can say, I'm gonna do this and then that, and then
So would that be like when I was saving the new best time, and it doesn't really
yeah,
care if it is a best time or
exactly,
not, because
exactly, yeah, because sometimes that is a better way to deal with stuff that is not because the branches they are uh, they could introduce bugs. They are very they are very hard to predict because like they uh, the flow right of your execution is not deterministic. It's like, oh, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, and you never know why. Sometimes it doesn't. If you always do the same thing all the time, it's a lot easier to determine, like why there are bugs and well, yeah, it could be a lot easier to check, right? So that is
yeah,
one
okay,
of the reasons.
I'm with you. Well, so I know that the current time isn't updating. I'm not sure why. I'm making sure everything else works fine, and then it. I see that doesn't fire the last one, and it doesn't fade out, and it's not updating at the time. So I have set this up incorrectly.
So yeah, the last thing, right, that I'd like to so like we like encapsulated this rather well, okay? It's only in a couple of places that is a bit questionable, but I think the main thing for me now is to understand if how to avoid doing that tick every time. Again, it's only for logical reason, not for performance reason, because doing a for loop of 5 elements once per frame is just ridiculous, right? It's just free, so we should never
Out
worry
of
about that.
out of curiosity, just a pure theory question, how big would that array have to be before it started being a performance hit to do it every tick?
One of my master that I used to have told me if you do things more than 100 times per frame, be careful. If it's less than 100 times, you really
So,
don't care.
so approaching 100 is where you have to start being like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, the ballpark is.
So I just found where this is breaking down. So when we hit the start checkpoint, so this is always false to begin with because there isn't a trial running. When we hit the start checkpoint, it switches to true. This all runs once, which is why the UI activates, and then it immediately sets back to false.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the rest of the event tick, it's false all the time. So it's never coming through to update the rest.
But why is time trial running false? It should be true wireless.
It should be like 4 of the children should be false, but every time it hits one child, that child should always be true. So I don't know.
I'm gonna say, right? Why the like? No, that's like the UI should update anytime the instant trial you're running is not per. Oh, that is per route, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Oh! So should that set... Okay, this is going to be probably quite dirty to begin with. But no, hang on. No. Could you do that?
But that cannot be a local variable. That needs to be a real variable, right?
Oh, because the local gets cleared every time, of course. Okay, but
Yeah, but where does this set go? Like, does that needs to go into get time trial UI anyway?
no, because all of this would only happen if there's a trial running.
Yeah. Well,
So
that is
if there's no
fine.
trial running, then it's checking all the children. As soon as there's a trial running, it doesn't need to check every child anymore.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
but
like,
we'd maybe want to store this actually as well. So we'd store which child it was.
is any trial running is true, so it needs to start updating the UI, right? I mean, you can do the next frame, but it's not a big deal. But
But so does this make sense?
no, it's horrible, but at least it's correct. No?
I didn't ask if it was pretty. I asked if it made sense.
Yeah, it makes sense in
'cause
a
then-
very horrible way.
After that point, no, this just becomes the active child every time.
Yeah, but active child is never reset, right?
Well, yeah, as soon as there's no trial running, it would go back to
No.
checking, and once it finds one that's running the trial, and it would reset what the active child
See,
is.
that is the other thing, right? Like you're, and this is why the bulls are like dodgy, right? Like if you set the active child to like, you know, like null or like, you know, invalid, whatever the thing is in blueprint is, right? Empty, whatever. You don't need the variable because you say, oh, is the child empty? Oh no, then do it. You know, like why do you reset the is anytime trial running here?
I guess you'd reset it here.
Yeah, okay, so
It's trial complete.
instead of having the bool, you can have that you can reset the and just completely avoid
And
having
then
is anytime trial. Kill anytime trial running, and you just branch if that is valid, right?
oh, come on. Nobody saw that.
What is the difference between the function and the execution thing?
The execution has that. What in the fuck? This has the branch built into it. This just returns the ball.
Okay.
So this does the branch and then Oh! Branches out of a function.
Yeah. So basically, it's the same thing.
Oh, no. It's because it's a macro, not a function.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It branches out of them. Yeah. You can branch out of macros, but you can't branch out of functions. I forget so often the macros exist.
Yeah. Macros are. Yeah, you should never use it.
How come?
Yeah, macro is like anti-pattern. Well, it's because they're very. They just basically break every concept of every good coding pattern concept. Macros are evil.
So rather than using
No,
this
no,
macro,
that one is fine because you're basically it's basically blueprint is shit that it doesn't have that functionality. So probably for blueprints, macros are okay because they're just weird anyway. But like in C++ or in any other languages, macros are like no, like you should never use it unless you're doing what is called preprocessor, like defined, like it's just that I don't know, like type of the compiler or whatever, like that is okay. But if you're using macros as functions, it's just horrible because you don't have any of the functionalities. Like, how do you set the thing invalid? Because probably that is probably that is always valid, right?
I think this will set it to invalid. Hang on. Let me just. So that's reading. So C16. If I was to just go and finish the time trial quickly. I'm not sure why it's not updating the.
Yeah, that is always valid. Can you check if it's null or something?
What do you mean check if it's null?
What's the default value of
No, this is valid because there's a time trial running.
Oh, okay.
So it would be valid. Like if I go, this is invalid.
All right.
I start and it becomes valid.
Okay.
But why was that not giving me? Ah, I know why. Because it's not doing a check overlap on this route.
Mm-hmm.
So but this can't be right because this looks horrible.
I mean, like that. I mean, all of this should be split into various functions, but yeah, that is at least correct logically. Still horrible, but logically is correct.
So just make sure it does actually work. Still not update the fucking time, but whatever. No. It's not working. Now I really don't understand why it's not working.
I will probably move a lot of Scroll down.
No, because every time we've made a major change, we checked it was working, and this check for overlap child was working. And it clearly does work because it registers the hit on the starting one.
Mhm.
But then, unless it's just looking at the wrong child.
But check
So
for overlap, right? But then you don't use any of the result.
C16.
What is the point of checking the overlap?
To know if you've hit one of the.
Yeah, but you don't use the
Excellent.
result.
No, this is if the trial is running. This isn't whether or not a child's been hit.
Wow.
How do I? Son of a bitch! How do I check which one it is? So that was coming up as C16. Which one is C16? I've renamed you. Why have you not updated the names throughout? So C16 is the root 4 manager. So this is actually setting the wrong child, the wrong active child. This is setting the last one in the for loop.
Oh,
for each loop.
yeah, it's because like you do it. No, one sec.
Everything. So should this be a for each with a break? And when it finds it, it breaks the loop?
Yeah, you can do that, but you should never be able to set if it's not overlapping, right?
Yeah, but it is. Yeah. So why is it setting it to? So it's hitting the overlap on route 2, but then it's making it to the end of the array and still setting the child. Why is that? What?
Yeah, but that check overlap child with that is temporary running now is highly sus because we use it in 2 different ways. So that could be not correct. Returning is temporary running now because
What? That's.
well,
You mean
because
this one?
generally if you return a ball, you should always check it. Otherwise, it shouldn't.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, because originally this was check for
Yeah,
overlap
yeah,
and
and then
fetch is
check.
trial running separately.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
can you put a breakpoint into the set after child and see how many times does it hit it?
set a breakpoint there.
Yeah. Go
And
one
then
more.
what do I do?
I just play again. Okay. Okay.
3.
Yeah, can you check each time while is valid there?
Check each time.
Yeah.
Oh, what up here? I mean,
No, just go into the breakpoint first. All right, now put the breakpoint into check overlap child.
this one.
Or the one below. Yeah.
This one.
Okay, go inside.
How did it?
No, the one that goes in, like the second one.
The
Yeah, no, not
Oh,
that,
that.
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Oh, F11. Yeah.
Have a look here what it says.
So what? Keep playing.
No, just do F. I don't know, F10, I think. Yeah, try that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, can you check why is it returned true? You probably go one more because it still does it like another time.
Oh,
Yeah, go. Yeah, go inside F11. Yeah. Why does
yeah.
it return there? What did you press there?
F10. Step for the next node to be executed.
Yeah. So why did it go out of the function? Oh. Oh, that was false, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. One sec.
Wait, no, it can't be false because it's. Wait, but this. We're in route 4 at the moment. Because C16, route 4. So how is it saying that route 4 and route 2 are both overlapped at the same time?
Yeah, exactly. No, it doesn't say because that is false, right? Why does it return true? That is the question. So one sec, right? It's try running. What does he return? This guy here.
Oh, at the end, is trial running.
But who sets is try running?
The route manager.
Yeah, but like you're doing all of this and then you are returning the same thing. Like here, right? It's time to running. You go a branch at the beginning and then a branch at the end. Right? But you already know the answer, right?
Uh,
Who sets is? Can you check where you use is time trial running?
get. So it gets set when we start and it gets set when we end. So when we start, it gets set to true. And when we end trial, it gets set to false.
Oh, one sec. So yeah, you got a problem there because the false doesn't go into the return. See, that is where the branches are evil, right?
So that shouldn't be like that.
No, it should no like that one should go into the return, but then both false should go into straight into return.
Oh, both of these.
Yeah, but this is yeah, but that was the reason why you see like this. It's just madness. So like this is already
Oh,
a red flag, right? So those
Oh.
are like very
Look at that.
sus. And even that, it should return false anyway. It should never return true.
C12, it's giving us the right route manager now.
Mhm.
But it's still not. So it's giving us the right route manager, and it's telling it to check for overlap children. Trial is running, so it's checking all of its children, and it's not finding any of them to be overlapped. Ever.
When you do complete, right? You do return there.
When you do complete.
Yeah, if you go into the other function. Yeah. Is that completed, gets called?
Is that complete?
Give me a sec. I don't understand this, right? Why? Oh, this is not correct. Remove that return because like this will never complete the loop. Because the loop will be, if it's false, it will just go out.
So is it better to just go back to how we had it previously, where it was like that?
Yeah, because I mean,
Then
this is awful, but yeah, I mean, should really do the other way around, but
okay, this is this is updating the current time now, but only when you hit the marker.
Yeah.
Which I know is bad for a time trial, but as a gimmick, I kind of like.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So,
It's a cool gimmick that you only know your time when you hit an update point.
yeah. Yeah, the suspense is that's great.
That's kind of cool. Okay, so it's ugly, but it works.
Yeah. So basically, when you see the two functions are called pretty much like the same like area, is highly sus. Like that should be just one function called. The problem in this code, right, is that again you are mixing like a scalar, like a one value, with a linear value, which is like a for loop, right? So if you have a for loop, like the function should be drastically different from the logic of if you have only one value, because it should be two different completely, complete logic, right? So this will be, I mean, probably you will end up calling that function to into different place, which is perfectly valid, but like this, as the logic is very wrong because you are mixing these two in the same function, and then like the logic is completely up. This is where, I mean, it's not really polymorphism, but this is where you need to have you need to have a sort of dependence inversion of
Oh, is this what you were saying earlier, where you'd have like different versions of the same function?
well, yes and no. Like in theory, I mean, okay, more yes than no, but in theory, like this client should never know if that is an array or that is a single value. In theory here, it should say, oh, is a time trial running? But the problem with the for loop and the scalar at this level is that you need to know the implementation of the array or the single value in the same function. In theory, you should not know if it's an array or a single value or a matrix.
You should just care about which particular child you're being told to look at, regardless of whether it's from the array or a specified one.
Yeah, but not just each. Like, yeah, it should be say, is anything like being hit, right? Yeah, because I mean, this is like the time trial master, right? So, you should really expose. Yeah, I mean, when you're using an array, you should only use the array. When you use a single value, you should only use a single value. And more importantly, none of the children should know about arrays or single values, right? But we don't have any children at the moment, so that's fine. But if we had, then you should never propagate details, like is an array, is a single value, is a matrix, into the implementation. So that is like a no. That is what's called dependency inversion. But I mean, all of this logic is.
So could you collapse this into a function? No, you can't, because for each loop. Wait. No, what? Reroute is connected to chip. Fuck, that's going to be a bad name. It's going to come back to bite me in the ass, but. Wait. How would I do this with one return? So what I want to do is
I could try this a variable, you don't need to return it.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. And then so get the child every time we want to check if it's overlapped, and we want to check if the child's running. So this is happening every time. This is only happening up until a child is running. If we just left it like this. Did we just leave it like this?
Yeah, well, you return in active child.
Hey, what's up, Stra? Well, yeah, so if active child isn't valid, then it's returning every one of these loop checks. But as soon as it... Oh! As soon as it's valid, it's returning nothing. No, yeah, so I don't know how, but like this is what I'd want to do. Like, if it is valid, then just return what the active child was. If it's not valid, then return whatever index we're currently checking.
Yeah, but that is wrong because.
No, I know, but
No, but like it's wrong even like because then you said the active child as the one, but the active child is only if it's been overlapped.
Yeah, no, because that's this get child function here. So this is which child should be checked, like depending on whether it's active valid or not. Every time we want to check whether it's been overlapped. Once the trial's running, then we set whatever child it was at that time as the active one, which means this path is now switched to is valid and will always return the active child until we invalidate it.
Yeah, but that loop will never be run. That loop will be the one, like the first one, and then it will return straight away.
Why? If there's never a trial running.
Yeah, because if you go into the get child, right? Like you do loop body, then you do cast it and just return. Like you need to do the return on the complete and save and the if you want you can return on the break.
Wait, how many? Why would you return on the complete? Because then it would only ever give you the last index, last entry.
No, but you need to like that for loop there, it will never be executed.
Why not?
Well, because it goes once and then it say, okay, I'm gonna return the first one.
Yeah, but this isn't actually this active child variable.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Because
But it will keep running this loop.
No, it won't.
And it will keep putting out children to check until one of them is running.
No. How is it running the loop?
Because this is on the event tick.
Yeah. So it will always run the loop at with the first element. It will never run the second.
Oh. Oh, right. Okay. Right. Because yeah, shit. So yeah. That's years of me still thinking with delays. Right, okay. So it was years of me thinking with like the sequence being interrupted by for each loops and delays and things like that. Like in my head, it would like every tick, it would run the whole list and run this for each of the whole list, rather than it just like going tick, 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 tick and taking the first entry every time.
I mean, you can get that check, overlap, fetch, blah, blah into a single function and then do it.
Yeah. So then does that work?
But yeah, but you need to, but then you go back to having two different frequencies. I mean, you already have that, like there, like, I mean, the first one is completely redundant. It doesn't even make sense to return itself, right? So like you're mixing a for loop with like just a simple like, oh, is this like, you should always do the for loop and say, oh, if it's active, then you know, if it's active, return the active child itself. If not, it just keeps going. No, I mean, we keep it into the same function, but just call like, those things that you call later, like, can you go back? No, I mean, no, like, yeah, those three things there. No, go back into the tick.
Oh,
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, just grab them.
put these in here.
Yeah, probably they need to be into its own function, but like don't do they always do the for loop, okay? Don't do the if valid blah blah, right? Just do the for loop. And then you do can you do if element array is if element array is the active child, then yeah, just return itself, right?
So this is right.
Yeah, if it's the true, return. If it's false, check. I return active child.
Like that.
Well, no. If it's true, it should return active. I mean, okay, yeah,
Oh.
it's the same, but
but
because they're the same, yeah. But
right.
yeah, but why do we need the return?
I don't know.
Okay, just don't do it then. So what's that? Voice get and try a UI.
That's searching for the player hardline.
No, but you only we're missing an if the save child is valid, right? We're missing a branch, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Wait, hang on. What? Control root. Oh. These need to be connected. Fair enough. So then,
Yeah, but you're doing the branch twice, yeah. You're doing it. What is the latest branch there?
that's if active child is valid.
Yeah, but it's exactly the same, right? You're just doing it like 2 steps later. Like just then return ball, right, or something. I mean, okay, it's the same thing. Yeah, the thing is, that one is okay. Yeah, just go back there. I mean, it's pretty annoying because you're just checking.
Interesting. It doesn't even turn on the UI anymore. Active child is never valid.
Oh, you need to. I don't know. Okay. No, one sec.
So every tick, check all of the routes. Every tick, go through the routes, and is it the active child? If it is, then don't do anything. If it isn't, check to see if it's got a trial running. If it does, it's now the active child. So stop checking the others.
No, it doesn't stop checking though.
No, but it stops doing anything about it. Like it stops checking for the overlap on them.
No, it will keep
It would just be
going.
checking. It would just be checking. Are they? Oh, because they're okay. So because for all the others, they're not the active child. So as soon as active child is
Yeah, but that's correct.
that, no, because
Yeah, this logic is pretty wonky. Yeah.
Because as soon as a trial has started, we now only care about the active child. We don't ever want to be checking the others.
Oh well, just do just put a break. Like if it's set, when you do this set, right? Can you do return? Just an empty return. Yeah. That is just a break. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's still never valid.
Well, check when he sets it, and check what does it set?
Oh, it's done. Fucking hell.
Set it invalid. This thing is still pretty broken, but.
Son of a bitch. Let just make sure that the overlap is happening properly. Stand in it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so the problem is now it's never doing a check for overlap on the child because that happens in here.
Mm-hmm.
Then that doesn't seem right to just add it again here.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is.
That doesn't seem right.
No, why you want to do it again?
Well, because once it's got this active child and it's stopping from hitting the return node. It's never giving us the check for overlap.
Yeah, I mean, why does it need to do the check for overlap there? Yeah, all this logic is completely wrong. Like, here you are mixing 20 million things together.
Right.
So, yeah, that for each
okay.
group is just completely wrong.
So hang on. So every tick, we want to check all of the children. Pass to route manager, and we want to for overlapped, and then fetch is trial run. If trial is running, that becomes the active child. So no. That's not valid. We want to do that. If it is valid,
Yeah,
now we need to be
but
using
why? Yeah, but
active child.
yeah, but you went back to exactly the same thing. You call that function twice, one in the loop and one in the one is singular. Like,
So okay, but
forget about the active child then.
But the way to get that out of being in both places is to have it exist in the route manager's event tick.
In the what?
Originally, this check for overlap was in the event tick for the route manager. So the route manager was checking it all the time. And then all the master had to do was just query, are you running a trial? Like the route manager was in charge of checking if its children were hit. But now we've moved that into the master's event tick, which is why we're having to call it in two different places.
No, you can call it in one place. You just do the right. If you just do the for loop anyway, it would just be exactly the same as before because that is called exactly the same frequency as a tick function.
So why are you making that branch? So if it's not valid.
But what is check overlapping child?
That's what the route manager's doing every tick. But like to see if any of its children have been overlapped. If the player has run through a gate. That needs to be happening every tick.
But what is active child then? Who sets active child?
So every single tick, without fail, all of the route managers are checking all of their children. If the active child is invalid, which by default it is invalid, we are then checking if the trial, if that particular route manager has a trial runner. Once it does, it becomes the active child. So now we're not checking if a trial is running anymore. We would then go through.
Yeah, but that is redundant because you're already doing the for loop anyway. You just kill active child. You don't need active child. That is completely redundant because you're doing the for loop, right? So if that, Exactly.
But we done this earlier and this wasn't working, wasn't it?
No. No, you always have the two things, right? Yeah, I mean,
This looks a lot like how I had it earlier.
yeah, like if you want to optimize, right, in order to not to do the for loop, right, we need to do it another way, which is not the way we were doing earlier. Like 5 seconds ago. But this, like, the drawback of this is that it does the for loop like every frame, right? Which is no idea, but it avoids most of the branches, so it's pretty good win.
So
There's still errors there popping up in the thing.
yeah, you got to remember I'm like 6-7 days behind on check-ins.
Oh no, but those were always your errors anyway.
No, map radar widget. That's not me.
Right? Okay. No, that's oh, you're still using active child. No? What is the one below?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Um, oh, we're not. That's fine. But this is giving me the wrong one. Oh no, fuck me, I haven't plugged it in. I need to get some sleep. Okay. So what? Why? But why is it not? Why is it only updating? What's only updating the UI when you pass one?
I think the FH Center is running is the set complete that is quite weird though.
Oh, what?
I
That
mean,
save
if the time
complete.
trial is running, then it should always update the UI, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is trial running? Update UI.
Yeah, but like you do, what is the save complete there?
The save complete is for the do one.
Yeah, but
Do
that is
once
highly sus.
in here.
Yeah, but it looks like it's updating the UI only when it does the save complete.
No, this save complete only happens when you end the trial. So this save complete is false, and all the way through until you hit trial complete, save new time, and when you hit this save new best time, this sets it back to true to say save is complete.
What?
So this
you
this
need
sets
it?
it to false here because this is all getting run every tick.
Uh-huh.
So this sets it to false, which means when this gets hit, it's false, it's doing nothing.
But why you
Wait,
don't call
what?
that function when the timer end? try and handle? Why do you need a variable at all?
Oh, we don't now.
Yeah, but that goes
Because
back to
this was switched. Well,
the
yeah, so we don't now.
yeah. So that goes back to the thing that I was saying earlier. Like, if you have some ball and some like branch, I think twice about using them because, as you see here, like it's very messy to keep track of where you use them and where not. So yeah, I would just really like really get this thing without any of those balls.
So how would you so how would you do this, for example, where I've got this happening? Because this is
Well-
acting as a do once as well.
Yeah, I mean, do ones are like extremely sus. Like, why you just don't call the function when it's happening?
Because so every tick, it's going through this like should update UI and that. As soon as this becomes true, and it's like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, we should update the UI, it
Yeah.
says, right, is the UI active? If it's not, then we want to just unhide it in that once. If it is, then we want to be updating it every frame. But because the thing checking is happening on the tick,
But
I don't know how you only call it once.
what's that? Look, what is unhide?
Unhide UI. That's just an animation in the time trial widget that does the render opacity up and down.
Yeah, but like that thing there, right? Like once he finds out that the UI has been, activated, right? Why you just don't call those three functions? Like there must be a place where you say, oh, this is active now, right?
Yeah, here. No?
Like,
because every tick we're checking if a trial has started running. The
mhm.
trial becoming running is the condition on whether or not the UI should exist. So once the trial runs, then we call these three once, and then it switches to this path. It just goes, have I turned have I made the UI active yet? Oh, I haven't done that yet. All right, let's make it active. Now we can update every tick.
Yeah, but it's is the wrong concept here because if that acts as the do once is like a very very bad pattern. Like what you should have is like logically there are two different things. There are the time trial is running and is the first time that is the time trial running? Is the time trial being activated, right? So you need to get that information, but that information needs to be, it doesn't need to be a state. It just needs to be something that that function will tell you. So you say, oh, if it's activated, okay, do this one. And also like that, like.
But that's what this is doing. This is
Yeah,
checking.
but you are saving a state there, and then you need to remember to save the state to false, right? It's just like you don't need the state. Like that information you already have somewhere else.
Do we?
Well, yeah, and moreover, you would like you would want to do that sequentially because you want to unhide, update base time, blah blah, and then update the current time and blah blah. Because logically you want to update the current time even on the first frame.
Okay.
But that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't have that board there. It should be, oh, do I need to do it? Okay, yes, do it, but then do that regardless. Like the true part should be always executed, even the first frame.
Okay. So no, that doesn't. So how do we do the check if it's the first time running without saving it as a bull?
No, that could be a bull, but it doesn't need to be saved, right? Like if you go back to the previous function when it does that overlap, okay, so here, like, okay, what is fetch is time trial running does?
It just returns the value in the route manager if a trial is running or not.
Can you see that? Right, okay. So go back. So what is check for overlap child?
That's the route manager checking all of its children to see if any of them is in the overlap state to see if a player is walking through it or not.
Yeah, okay, let's just go on there. Can you zoom in? Oh yeah. See, like, you notice that every time we say, "Oh, this is SAS," it always comes back to bite us. Like, those two free functions are exactly the same, and again, you will go the pattern for each loop and the single one. So it's like, see, every time you get this, you can visually see that there is something weird here, like three functions that are exactly the same, and they're done, pretty much at the same time, and then mixing for each loop and a single array, right? Now, so we're gonna fix this later, but basically in here, right? So start time trial, right? We can return like, oh, this is the first time, right? So we can return that bool, or is first time true, okay? Update time trial is first time false, right? Because you're updating it, right?
So that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that is correct. See here, like, yeah, kill the is active, blah blah. Actually, kill the variable on itself to check that it's not being used. Yeah, you see now without states is like it's just cleaner, right? It's just okay, just do something, don't do something. Just it's a lot less things to worry about. Because we don't have to worry about, oh, now set it to false, set it to true, set it reset. Like the other pattern that is always highly sus and you should never use it is reset something. So basically, every time you have a reset, is most of the time is wrong. It's just like you don't really want to do it.
The problem is now that's never firing this lower path. So if I play, when it lights up, you'll see it. This one on my phone.
Oh, I mean but that goes again like your the for loop is wrong.
Wait, sorry.
The for loop is probably wrong again. Yeah, that one is wrong. Because you see, the for loop it does it once and then no actually yeah if it's true. Okay, that's correct. Yeah. No, I'm gonna sec. This child overlap through. No, what? How does this? What is this thing? Eastern trial running. Oh, no, I mean, his first time is. Yeah, I mean, this is. You're mixing the for loop. It's wrong again. Um. So what is this function called again?
This is in the root manager.
So um. What is the default value of his first time?
But it defaults to false.
Yeah, no, it's correct. It's true. So if the child is overlapped, then you do it true. Check. What's that? Child has been checked. What is child has been checked?
It just tells the child to put down its hand, basically. So this variable here, it says is child overlapped, which is what the root manager is fetching. That had child has been checked, basically forcibly sets this to false. To be like, you're not overlapped anymore. Like, I've dealt with that. I don't care if the player is still there. Until he leaves and re-enters, you're not being overlapped. So that stops it from firing multiple times without the player leaving the marker and re-entering.
Yeah, this is
Because this is running on the event tick. This is fetching that on the event tick. If I don't forcibly set it to false, then it means that if the player just stood in the gate, it would constantly be like, you're overlapping, you're overlapping, you're overlapping. And it would keep passing through as being hit multiple times.
yeah, but yeah. So there are two or three things wrong in this, and those three functions there in the middle are like the main culprit there. Well, the thing is, right? This should be done sequentially. Like start time trial should be like past checkpoint should be done after uh, start time trial, and update time trial time should be done after that. This is like none of this should be like it should never have if checkpoint is 0. I mean it should, but it should be in sequence. Like in the full loop, you do is checkpoint 0, then start the time trial. If not,
Yeah, but that's how I had it originally.
no, you always had it that this 0 thing, right? Like these two, like
No.
why? Sorry, like why you don't use the update UI into start a time trial?
Because the update UI is being done through the master, not the root manager.
Right. Okay. So that's correct.
See, no, because I'm sure when I had this earlier, I was just using the for loop, and I would be checking off the for loop if it was 0, if it was the marker 0, and branching from there, rather than having them be two separate things. This is something we've added tonight, where it was like, if there's no trial running, then we only want to check the starter. Once there's a trial running, we want to check all the others. Originally, I would have just been checking the everything in the for each loop and then branching off of if it equals 0.
Yeah. Yeah, but that is wrong because like those two for loops they go from being linear to be quadratic. I mean like square, right? Like you do if you have like 10 time trials routes and you have 10 checkpoints each, you do things 100 times, right? Instead of like 10 times, right? So you should never have nested, for loops because that is really a killer in performances, right? Like, and it goes up like very, very quickly. So that is definitely something that you need to avoid. That if you do one for loop at the top with 10 elements, it's fine. But if you do two nested for loop of 10 elements, you go from 10 to 100. And if that number is more, you go like thousands of, checks every frame for nothing. Yeah, so it looks to me that the real problem here like is the root manager because the master and the checkpoints are okay-ish, but the time trial is the route manager is a little bit messy here. Yeah.
So is it just that I need to do the child blueprints? So we have one for special and one for sequential.
No, but this is not about being sequential, right? This is about the logic of how many checkpoints you have, right? Because this is a common one, right? I mean, you probably want to. Yeah, I know. I mean, there must be a way to send events from the marker without knowing about who you send it to, right?
Send event to them.
Like in the time trial marker,
Without
remaster,
knowing
right?
who you send it to.
Like when you say begin or overlap thing, right?
How would you do it so that you don't know who you're sending the event to?
Well, because
Someone would be querying it?
yeah, usually I don't know in Blueprint, but usually there is a you know, a subscription model in which the the listener will say, "Oh, I want to listen to this particular event," and the sender will just say, "Okay, I'm gonna send this event. Whoever wants to listen to this event, you can just you will grab it, right?" So that way you just don't, the listener and the sender, they don't know about each other, but they only rely on messages, right? I mean, they're calling 20 different ways. Another thing they call the like observer pattern. The observer and the observable. uh, Another, there's also called like a message bus. It's like the 20 million things. It depends. Depends on depends how the yeah, that like, can you like, yeah, can you like, what is this? Yeah, if you do event, right? What are these things? How do you create an event? Yeah, the custom event thing, right? How do you call it?
It treats it like a function. See, this is where I was. This is what led me down the path of getting confused between events and functions, because you can create a custom event, you can have a string of logic after it, and you can just call it the same way you would call a function, which is what led me down the route of not knowing the difference between events and functions, because they've appeared to work the same in Blueprint.
But you know, like you can query the, I don't know, the keyboard event, right? Even though in here, like, can you do on key like X or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why we don't do the same? Like, who is the, you know, who? How do you declare this thing? Like here, can we say on marker of overlap? No, it needs to be an event, right? Yeah. No, I mean we need to create it, but like, um,
Oh, fuck! Trying to delete that crashed. Oh, I've got no idea what work we've just lost.
oh, it's yeah, but it's probably doing like, yeah, we need to find a way to do that via like global events.
But how does that make any difference? Like listening for the event and fetching the variable set when that event happens. How is that any different
Well, because
from each
we
other?
don't do the like
Oh, because if you're
on
listening
square
for the
for loop.
you're not querying every tick constantly. You
Yeah.
just ears open. When one happens, you ping it.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah, so we need to find a way to really get those events, like, yeah, through the message bus or whatever. Because, yeah, sort of simply. I mean, like, the rest of the code is pretty well separated now. I think the only thing in there is to, yeah, is to generate this event, and then all you have to do is basically take the same concept and write it properly in C++, which is the easy part.
Enter a name for the event dispatcher. And then, yeah, I can edit its properties. Wait. Click new in the input section of the.
Right. I'm gonna get some. Wait, before before I fall asleep, um, I wanna I wanna continue some of the work on the mission stuff, but if we can have a look at the event stuff, I think that we should be pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have a
there
look at
must
it
be a
now.
way, but yeah.
It looks like it's a thing called event dispatchers.
Yeah.
But I'm sort of learning as I do it through the Unreal documentation. So,
Yeah.
wish me luck.
But, like, because like the same way you got that key binding thing, right? Surely we grab the same event, right? Yeah, there must be a way to just expose that event.
Event dispatch pen is not connected.
Yeah.
Wait.
Alright. Let me quit the stream. Alright, yeah, 5 hours and a half. Wow, that was long. That was long. Alright. Alright. Thank you all streamers. Yeah, stop streaming.